Right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Northern Area Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Sherry Jesperson, Chair of this committee, and with me is Councillor Mary Penfold, who's Vice Chair. Before we start, I would just like to say I'm delighted to see so many members of the public here with us today. This is exactly what we want at our planning committee, so thank you all for coming. I think we should try and have a Sturminster Newton application every month to bring the crowds in. Yeah, good. I will just introduce the officers who are involved in our meetings today. We have Hannah Massey, who is our lawyer, Hannah Smith, who is planning area manager, James Litton-Trevors, who's lead planning officer, Simon Sharp, Cass Williams, and Cass Warman, I beg your pardon, Cass, and Hugh Williams, who are senior planning officers. We have nobody from highways today because planning officers will deal with any highways questions. Megan Rochester and George Dare are our democratic services officers who are going to keep us in order for the duration of the day. Members of the committee will introduce themselves when they first speak. That's all right. So for visitors and who've not been to a planning meeting before, and for those people watching live, I will briefly outline the procedures for the day. So we have a number of applications before us, which we will consider in turn. For each application, I will invite the case officer to present their report and recommendations, and then there will be presentations from other officers. We have none of those today. Now, the important thing is that reports and background papers have all been available for members to read and discuss with officers prior to the meetings. Next, I will invite those members of the public who've registered to speak to address the committee. Please come to the little table there when called, and the microphone will automatically pick up your voice, so you don't have to switch it on. Each speaker, you have 3 minutes, and in the interest of fairness, I am quite firm about the 3 minutes, and my vice chairman here will be keeping the timing. If I let everybody overrun a little bit, we can certainly eat up the day. Now, when we've heard from all the public speakers, I will close the public part of the meeting, and no further interventions are permitted. Committee members will then ask questions on points of clarification, and when they've done that, they will deliberate and come to a view and put the matter to a vote. I must remind members, because I'm obliged to do this, that this is a Dorset Council meeting held in public, not a public meeting. So only those members of the public who've registered to speak may do so. You mustn't speak directly to any member of the committee or pass any information to them during the course of the meeting, because that can invalidate our procedures. We will break for lunch at a suitable point in the agenda when we get there, and I will discuss that with the committee as we go along. So that's our procedural matters. So on with our agenda then. We have apologies. Megan, from...
we have apologies for absence from councillors Emma Parker, Matt Hull, Belinda Rideout, Carol Jones and Molly Rennie.
Yes, Molly Rennie is the ward member who would otherwise be here speaking, so we're going to hear her remarks. I beg your pardon, I did all of that without the microphone on. And I know that Councillor Fry has to leave early before we get to the end of the meeting, so we will push through as many of the items as we can before he has to leave. He has to go for a very important event that has nothing to do with deer stalking, I understand.
Yes,
I'll ask him what that is later.
As I came with Councillor Fry, I'll have to leave with Councillor Fry.
You have to leave with Councillor Fry as well. Okay, good. So
unless I walk home.
Yeah, no, we won't ask you to walk home. Good, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Members, declarations of interest on any of the items before us.
Yes, Chairman, I'd like to declare an interest on the Parkway Farm Business Park as I was chairman of Relate, which was based there for many years, and I will not speak or vote on the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. So the next agenda item then, to confirm and sign minutes of the meeting. Members may reconfirm that the minutes of the meeting of Tuesday, the 10th of May are a correct record. Yes, thank you very much. Public participation I've covered, so we move on to our first application of the day, which is 25 Herrington Road, an application for two-storey rear extension and a side extension. And I would like a planning officer, Cass Warman, to make your presentation when you're ready, Cass.
Just going to make a few comments about the judicial review on this site.
Please do, yes. So this is Hannah Smith, Senior Area Planning Lead, who's going to just bring us up to date on the judicial review on this site before we hear from Cass. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Chair. The application was subject to a judicial review and the decision was subsequently quashed on a technical procedural issue. A representation of objection received by the council was not passed to the planning officer who was dealing with the case at the time before the decision was made. Therefore, we did not take the objection into account when determining the application. The judicial review is not a material planning consideration in the determination of the application that is before committee today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Anybody, any questions to ask about that before we prove the clear advice is it's not a material planning matter for us today. Everybody comfortable with that? Know where we're going? Brilliant. Cass, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
So 25 Herrington Road is a residential property in the south of Dorchester, just outside of the conservation area. It's a typically suburban area where the majority of the properties are relatively large in substantial gardens, set mostly centrally within the plots with good areas around them for amenity spaces. Application sites here with the pin. This is number 23 to the north, 27 to the south, and this is 59 Manor Road to the east here. So this is the general characteristics of the area. It's quite leafy and suburban. This is the block plan. The proposal being an extension to the rear, extending the existing two rear gable extensions at two-storey level, and then continuing the existing single-storey wraparound extension to create an extra piece of amenity space. These are the proposed elevations, existing at the top and proposed at the bottom. The existing front elevation remains unchanged. This is the proposed elevation to the north, so it will show how those gables will be projected over two stories, maintaining the existing roof height, ridge height, exactly as it is. A simple extension along and across of what's already existing. Those new windows in the first floor elevation on the north side are narrow windows serving ensuite bathrooms and closets and would be obscure glazed. So to the rear, this is the existing. There's already windows facing down there, the application site's garden. That would be pushed out by the 5-metre two-storey extension, keeping the existing roof heights, and then windows with Juliet balconies inserted. So there's already an existing window relationship looking down their garden, which would be replicated in the new rooms in the extension. In the south elevation, in the existing property, there's a new first floor window that's being inserted to facilitate a new window into this room that currently just has a window looking down the garden here, as this would be a new bedroom. This new window and the impacts of overbearing and overshadowing are what we're mostly concerned with today following the objections. These are just floor plans to demonstrate the extra living accommodation that would be created at the ground floor, kitchen, diner, an extension of the utility room. And then to the first floor, these are the two new bedrooms. That's the new window that would be inserted into the existing bedroom here. And then these two new bedrooms would have the Juliet balconies looking down their garden. So just some street elevations to show the context in the street scene. The white building is the applicant's building. Here, between the dwelling to the south, number 27. Then the relationship with the application building to number 23 to the north, again showing a similar gap between those properties. You would see here that the extension would protrude 5 metres out from the existing roof. So in the application site itself, this demonstrates the existing gables that exist. They would be pushed out 5 metres at the same roof height. And then looking north, these are the existing relationship between the north and the application site. So the building would be extended out 5 metres. Any new windows in this elevation facing the north would be those small narrow ones that would be obscure glaze for the ensuite bathrooms. The separation distance here, a good separation distance, the hedge and the single storey wraparound extension providing that buffer between the two properties. So this is the same photo from earlier, looking at the back, and then looking slightly to the left towards the south to the neighbouring dwelling, number 27. This window here is a amenity room. This window here is the kitchen. So looking at the relationship now between the new window that's proposed and number 27 to the south. This is me standing within the application site. Within the existing room, looking out of the window, leaning out with my camera to show the relationship that currently exists between the application site window here towards number 27 to the south. And then the applicant has provided a view where they have put a ladder up the wall to where the new window is proposed and the view that that would have. You can see that the relationship is not directly across, face to face. It's not directly opposite at the same level. It's oblique across and down. The existing part of the bedroom 3 here that protrudes out of the existing building also provides some interruption of direct views across and down. In addition to this oblique relationship between that window, the distances between the elevations means that the relationships in these windows is considered not to be overly oppressive nor particularly intimate. It's 8 metres between this elevation of the road and the boundary fence.
Sorry, excuse me, could we please have phones off? Anybody else hasn't turned their phone off, could you do so now? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this photo is taken from where the new window would be, and I was just explaining that the distance between this elevation of the application building and this fence is around 8 metres, and then there's another 2 metres on the other side of the boundary fence to the neighbouring property. So it's a separating distance of over 10 metres. Because of this separation distance and the oblique down and across view, again, that relationship between the new window and the existing kitchen window isn't considered to be unduly harmful. We mustn't forget as well that these photos show window to window relationships, elevation relationships. It's not typically how you inhabit a room standing at the window. You would be inside the room, sat at a table, stood behind the kitchen sink, sat on the sofa. You don't inhabit the room mostly at your window or at the elevation. So these photos, while being a good representation of the wall-to-wall relationship, it's not an accurate relationship of how it would be when people would come to. So just to demonstrate that again, this is me standing outside the kitchen window of the neighbouring property at number 7, looking up towards the application site. So this is me outside at the wall, looking up. Again, it's an across and up relationship. It's not directly opposite. It's not face to face. It's directly opposite. And then going inside that kitchen, I've used a combination of photos that I took on my site visit and those provided to us in the representations. So this is stood at the kitchen sink, looking up towards the application site, star showing the proposed new window. And then within the kitchen at the bar area of the table. So moving outside, across from the kitchen inside the sunroom, this is taken up through the roof of the existing sunroom. It would show that this is the existing property here. And then this would be extended at the same height by 5 metres. That shows how you at the top of that sunroom would be affected. Again, because of the orientation and the distances, it's not considered that change would be overly harmful. Moving out of the sunroom onto the patio at number 27. This is the application site here with the 2 gables that would be extended out by the 5 metres. Taking into account again the distance and the relationship between the property and the site, this neighbouring property at number 7 being situated to the south, it is considered that it would not be unduly harmful to have that additional massing across here, and it would not result in unacceptable overlooking or overshadowing. There are no windows proposed in the new extension on this southern side, so there would be no new relationship from this element here into the patio. There are no windows here, just the existing down across the garden windows. I've included 2 slides here to demonstrate that we have considered the 45-degree test, which has been mentioned by objectors to the scheme. The 45-degree test wouldn't normally be considered here in detached separated dwellings such as these, the 45-degree test being a useful tool for assessing impacts of loss of light and overshadowing in a terraced house situation. But I have done the assessment just to demonstrate that there wouldn't be any adverse impacts because the dwellings are in a line and the extension does not protrude significantly beyond the building line at the rear. This shows if the extension was within these triangles, then it would result in overshadowing. In this instance, it demonstrates that it doesn't. And then from the elevation view, it also demonstrates these triangles show where the shadow would be thrown. So none of that thrown shadow affects any of the actual buildings. A small part of it clips the northern garden, but that degree of overshadowing would be minimal and only for a brief period during the day as the sun goes round. So this is just the site again, and I've just put the application extension over the top of the aerial photo to demonstrate the relationship that we've just seen, taking into account the location of this application site in the centre of a large plot with amenity space on either side, taking into account the oblique down and across relationship with that proposed new window and the distance of around 10 metres, a bit over. It's not going to be an intimate or opposite or oppressive relationship with that new window, and it's not significantly harmful in officers' opinion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Cass. Moving on then to hear our members of this public. The first one we have is Mr. Tim Armstrong, who's the applicant. Armstrong, if you'd like to come to the little table here.
That's on, we think.
It's on.
Super.
Away. 3 minutes.
Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tim Armstrong. My wife and I live with our 2 daughters and our dog at 25 Herringston Road. We bought our house in February 2019 and had to do a lot of work to make it habitable for our young family. Despite this, the layout does not suit modern family living, with the bathroom on the ground floor and no open plan space. We've spent the time since deliberating how best to adapt our home to suit our growing family. We've settled on the proposed design, which gives us an open plan kitchen, dining area, an upstairs bathroom, and dedicated study space, now so important in the post-COVID landscape. Initially, I had full plans drawn up that included a double height extension over the existing patio to the south of the property, but worried that it might be considered overbearing for our neighbours at number 27, and given that all the sewerage is located to the north of the property, we went back to the drawing board. In developing our new plans presented here today, we spoke extensively with our neighbours at number 23 to ensure we had their blessing before going forward. This design is much closer to their boundary than our first, and being to their south, I was worried about the impact it might have on them. It genuinely hadn't crossed my mind that we would receive any objection from our neighbours at number 27, given the separation between the extension and their property, and noting the fact that number 25 is due north of number 27. We were granted planning permission on the 4th of January and started work in March, only to find our planning permission quashed almost immediately. You'll be aware, I'm sure, of how challenging the construction industry is at the moment, with the material prices at a record high and worker and material availability low. We gave our builder notice to start work when planning was received, but it took until March before his team were available. Facing the prospect of letting him go and a quoted 18-month wait before he'd be available again, we have proceeded cautiously with groundworks only, but within what I gather to be permitted development limits. Ironically, until 2020, the view between numbers 25 and 27 was completely obscured by overgrown willow and sycamore trees that I felled that winter for fear of their root system interfering with foundations of both houses. I've since planted an evergreen hedge, which you've seen in some of these photos, along the fence between numbers 25 and 27 that will grow up to provide further privacy. In light of our neighbours' concerns about overlooking, I've removed one of the windows from the south-facing first story of our design, but I feel the proposed window in the proposed study location is its only viable spot. I hope that these measures are considered reasonable and that the committee see fit to agree with the planning officer's recommendation and grant planning permission. We're keen to put what has been an extremely stressful phase of our build behind us, especially given the added pressure on an almost daily increase on material and labour costs and commence construction without delay. Thank you for listening to me. I hope my words have gone some way to describe the position of my family and I. We're not planning experts. This is in fact the first and hopefully last time I have applied for planning permission. My intention throughout has been to abide by the rules and let the process do its job.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. We are now going to hear. Excuse me. Is that the same? Could you take your phone out of the room? Was it your phone? Sorry, could you take the phone out of the room and don't come back in with it turned on again, please? Thank you. We're now going to hear from the ward member, Councillor Molly Rennie, who wasn't able to be at the meeting today, so her submission is going to be read by George Dare from Democratic Services. Thank you, George. Let's hear what Molly has to say. Thank you.
So this is a statement from Councillor Molly Rennie, the board member for Dorchester East. I'm sorry I'm unable to attend committee to speak to this application, and thank you for accepting the comments in written form. My comments are within the paperwork for the committee, which I wrote in objection to the application and the positioning of the rooms, therefore windows, which will cause overlooking for the neighbours in the place. I accept the extension size and design will have no impact on the streets. Even though the two properties are detached, they are quite close together, with the medical space of Gamson being on the south side of the property. Given that, though, there is no concern about the impact of the bulk of the extension design. The concerns surrounding the impact of overlooking from the home study window. In the application, this room is described as an office and support home working. In view of this assumption, it will be used most of the day, which will make it a primary room with maximum use during the day. Unlike bedrooms, which should quite rightly not seem to be primary rooms. The officer comments there is some neutral overlooking into the kitchen diner from the office windows and some angle overlooking into the glass roof room. I suggest it would not be neutral as to see into the office window. It is not possible as it is looking upwards towards ceilings of said room. But from the office window, the overlooking is downwards, and from the glass roof, in a view of the room additionally getting protected, otherwise into the kitchen oven. Next, the side window for the southern bedroom has been removed, but that is not the room, that is the cause of the issue, as it is not a primary room used all day, therefore does not cause concern. So many more people are now encouraged to work from home, so this could become an increasing issue. Like all of us, we would accept light to work with, so the desk would be positioned with a window space, therefore causes overlooking situation.
Thank you very much, George, on behalf of Molly. So thank you very much, George, on behalf of Councillor Rennie. That's the end of our public speakers, but I'm now going to go around the room and ask members if you have any questions for clarification. Since you put your hand up, I'll start with you, Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Fry, Dorchester West. Kaz, the window, can you describe it as in what's it going to be and what the glass is going to be, please?
It would be a normal clear glass window. Of the dimensions that are shown on the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sort of elevation. Do you want to see the plan? It's this window here, but similar size to the existing windows. It would be a normal clear window in the first floor.
Thank you. Now, I do understand the concerns of the neighbours on that, but I think sometimes it's perception as much as real theory.
This is just questions at this point. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Pothcary, do you have questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Andrews, do you have questions?
None from me, Chair.
Councillor Heatley?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brian Heatley from Robin and Mike and Weymouth. In overlooking, do we have kind of objective standards of whether it is there or not? I've read references to 45 degrees and distances and so on and so forth, or is it to an extent relative? These are relatively grand houses. People might expect a bit less. How should I be looking at this?
Yes.
There aren't any specific guidance or rules or tests as such. Each application would be taken on a case-by-case basis, and the impact of what's proposed taken on the application scheme as it's in front of us and the situation in and around the site itself. So each one is taken on its own merits, which is what I've tried to explain today, is how that relationship does exist, but why it's offered a recommendation that it's not considered to be an unacceptable relationship.
Thank you. Councillor Jones, any questions? No questions. Good. Thank you very much. So I'll now open it up for comments. I'm going to go. No, I'm sorry, this is not the public part of the meeting.
The name.
I haven't got you down to speak. I'm sorry.
The agent for the neighbour, for the objector.
I apologise. I didn't have you down to speak. Committee, we're going to have to turn our present because clearly this gentleman feels he did apply to speak, and I think we must hear him. So can we?
He has down to speak.
Down to speak on the wrong application. So
Right. We have a small clerical error. Everybody, stay where you were. Would you like to come forward and say your piece? And I do apologise. We have you down, but just in the wrong place, it appears.
First of all, committee, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I won't reiterate what we've set out previously because I appreciate your time is valuable. Our clients are concerned about overlooking. With respect to Cass's photographs, if you will notice that all the photographs are taken from the left-hand side as viewed out from the number 27 Herringston Road, which I believe gives a skewed version of it. First and foremost, my clients are not averse to extension of this property. It is not the case that they're putting forward that they don't wish to see this on any account. Their concerns relate to loss of light and overlooking. We think there's a simple solution which is in line with the local plan in that the extension to the rear should be subservient in ridge height. And by doing that and dropping the level of the ridge, that will reduce the loss of light. Will also enable natural light and ventilation to be provided to the Home Office by way of a Velux roof light, which will then give natural light, which will be adequate for more than adequate for a Home Office, but will negate the overlooking. As you have seen from the comments from our local Dorchester Council and Molly Rennie, there has been some suggestion that a site visit would be appropriate. Clearly, my clients are concerned with the design and appreciate that the neighbours have removed one of the windows. However, they feel that by following the guidelines in the local plan, this could reduce the mass, reduce the overlooking, and reduce the loss of light. These are the principal rooms that are used. It is a It is a breakfast room. It is a main garden room as well. Because it's corner property, the primary amenity is located in that area immediately to the east of the garden room. And as a result of that, we feel that a site visit would be appropriate, give the committee the opportunity of seeing the problems itself. Reiterate, we are not against development. We are merely suggesting a small amendment in the drawings could facilitate the development with no loss of floor space for the clients, effectively a collared roof internally, which would then allow the light and ventilation. And I'd ask the committee, if they're not minded to carry out a site inspection, to refuse the application.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed to debate, are there any questions arising from Councillor Pothbury?
Val Pothbury Gillingham. I just wanted to clarify that the gentleman just spoke was speaking on behalf of number 27.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good, thank you. If there are no other questions arising from those last remarks, we will now move on to discussion, and I'd like to invite Councillor Jones to speak first, and then I have Councillor Fry.
Councillor Stella Jones, Dorchester East, the other ward member for this area. And obviously, being a ward member, I know the area very well. I know the street, I know the houses, I know the space in between them. And I can understand anyone being very concerned when a neighbour suddenly puts a planning for a large extension to their side of their house, especially the fact of overlooking and shadowing. But I am concerned that we have not got any strong planning reasons to turn this application down. If we read the planning officer's recommendation and everything about the windows on page 15, about the orientation, about the distances involved and the oblique angle, I'm concerned that if we turned it down, we would be very, very difficult to support it at an approval. And I think it's difficult to say we need a site meeting, because I don't think that we do need a normally I'd like site meetings, but I think this is so acceptable in planning terms that it would be very difficult to refuse the application.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Les Fry, Dorchester West. Cass, a question for you. In relation to that particular window, what are our options on this panel? Can we change the shape of that window? Can we opaque the glass in the bottom third of it? I mean, I'm just looking at potentially when we did a development, we had a higher level window, like at a shoulder height, long window there, so that we allow the light into that room, the fresh air and the light. But at the same time, I do understand the concerns of the neighbours, and what we're here to try and do is to mitigate and reduce any neighbour concerns. So if they could have a window, thought, please.
The application that we're considering today is the plans that have been put in front of us today. The applicant's desire is to have the window as per the plans as a standard window with clear glass, to in order that room to have light in a way that a standard bedroom would have normal light. So you could potentially condition an obscure glazed condition for that window. In my opinion, that would result in some undue harm for the occupants of the dwelling, because it wouldn't be a room with a window with a good outlook. You wouldn't normally put an obscure glass for your whole window in a bedroom. It's not ideal for amenity purposes, because
this is not a bedroom. This is the study room.
we don't have any control over how that room would be used. So whether it's a bedroom or a study, it's a habitable room on the first floor. From a planning point of view, it's labelled that because that's the applicant's current intention, but it could be built and tomorrow it could be used as a playroom or could be converted to a spare bedroom.
Chair.
Hannah.
Thank you, Kath. Just one more point on that. If we're applying conditions, they have to be required to make the development acceptable. I think that's what we need to just consider if we're going to apply conditions. The officer recommendation is that this window would be acceptable in terms of its impact without such a condition. So then that leads to the conclusion that that condition might be unnecessary and not required to make the development acceptable. So we can condition windows, but they have to be, firstly, necessary to make the application acceptable, and secondly, not reduce the amenity levels for the person occupying that room. If it is used as a study, the people won't be sat directly at the window. Those photographs are taken at the wall, they'll be sat back into the room. So I think we need to have to consider, we're not saying that there's no impact. Is that impact unacceptable in planning terms, and does it necessitate conditions to make it acceptable?
Thank you, Hannah. That's just what I was going to say. It's very helpful. Yes.
I take the point that people might be sat back if they're at the desk, but as you quite rightly say, this is a room that can be used for anything. The bed might be there, the desk might be in front of the window, but equally the desk might be on the other side of the room. I'm just trying to find a way, a solution for all the parties, that we could have a sort of compromise. The window is there, but the neighbours at 27 don't feel they're being overlooked quite the same. Is there any middle ground that we can reach, or are we where we are?
To an extent, as always, we are where we are, but yes. Anybody else want to make any comment? Yes. So Councillor Cook and then Councillor Patrick.
Councillor Cook, representing Shaftesbury Town. I think I concur with what Stella Jones said earlier, that there is a clear decision that we've got to take based on the officer's recommendation. And I don't think that we could ever turn this down on any ground, any planning grounds, because once it comes down to opinion from two groups of people, unfortunately, we have to balance it. But I can't see that overall, if the development is not obtrusive in structural terms, I don't think that we've got a leg to stand on.
Thank you.
I do appreciate everybody, because there, but for the grace of God, go any one of us, that our neighbour decides to put up a building.
Thank you.
And they can see.
Thanks. Councillor Apothecary.
Firstly, I'd like to say it was a good presentation we received, I believe, and particularly like the shadowing graph, which was, I thought, very helpful. I have a great deal of sympathy with the neighbours at number 27 and their suggestions for changing the whole application. But we're not here to redesign anything. We can only look at what's in front of us, as has been explained, in fact. Excuse me, to be honest with you, I think it's quite a good application, and I'd be quite prepared to propose approval of this application.
Thank you very much indeed. I have Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much, Chair. As there's no material planning matter for us, and I'm quite happy to second.
That's excellent, thank you. So I've had a proposer and a seconder that we accept the officer's recommendation. Before I put it to vote, does anyone else have anything else they'd like to say? No? Good, that's excellent. So I think we can move, ladies and gentlemen, to a vote. All those in favour of the officer recommendation, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. That's any against? Any abstentions? No, thank you very much. That's carried. Move on then to our next application, which is the Parkway Farm Business Park, Banbury. I'll just talk briefly while we swap officers. Thank you very much. Sitting comfortably. Thank you very much. For this item, because my vice chairman is taking a back seat because of a declaration of interest, we need to vote into a vice chairman for the committee just for this agenda item. Ladies and gentlemen, may I propose that Councillor Apothecary act as vice chairman? Is someone, thank you, Councillor Fry would like to second that. Is that acceptable to the committee? Yes, that's voted on. Thank you very much indeed. So this application now, this is there is a permission here for 21 commercial units on this site. We are being asked to, you can stay there, we can use telepathy. Thank you. We're being asked to consider a variation of conditions, the variation of the condition 3 of this planning permission to allow for 2 of the units to be used as a fitness centre. So we need to be clear about what we're discussing, and the officer's recommendation is to refuse. I'd like to ask James Lytton-Trevors to present the case for us. James, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. I will just explain what that would help. Okay, that's better. Sorry.
Lovely, thank you.
Good morning. I'll just explain what the proposal is before I explain policy. The site is on the south edge of Poundbury. It's an allocated employment site, and as you can see, it's well removed from the residential development of Poundbury itself. It's set aside next to the Dorchester bypass, which runs behind it. And this part of the employment site is being built and is being used. And we're looking at this part here, the extension to the employment site, which actually hasn't been built yet. We have granted planning permission for development on that site, and that's what we have granted planning permission for. They're all employment units. The application is for these 2 units at the bottom of the site. That's what the units will look like, typical sort of thing. I say these are the 2 units we'll be looking at in a moment. So as you see, it's an allocated site within the local plan. It's allocated as the Poundbury Parkway Farm Business Park extension site, and that's the reason why it's got the purple hatching on the site. So it's a protected site for employment purposes and can't be used for anything else. When we granted planning permission, and the permission is still valid, but as I say, it hasn't been built yet, it had a condition on which restricted the uses of the buildings so that they would comply with policy door 2, which is the site which allocates the policy which allocates the site for this use. And it was restricted because the use classes order has changed recently. So it includes the original use classes of at the bottom, B2, general industrial, specifically for uses that do not fall within the B1 use class, i.e. for uses that would not generally be allowed within a residential area. So it's for bad neighbour uses predominantly. And B8, storage, those are the original. And then we had a more recently, use class E was introduced, which allows a whole lot of other stuff. So when we granted plan permission, not long ago, we included E, all those E's you see, provisional, financial services, professional services, other appropriate services, and so on and so on. But we didn't include use as a gym or somewhere to give fitness classes. They're the same thing in planning terms of gym, whether it's used for fitness classes or for people to go and exercise, it's the same thing as a gym. We didn't include class E little d as a gym. So the application is to allow use for E little d for a period of 5 years, and I'll explain that to you. There is the site, say, undeveloped. That's the site as you see it. That's what you see at the top. That's what's been built. That's next to on the edge of Poundbury. That's on the loop road that goes around the edge of Poundbury, for those who know it. And that's the site below. As you can see, it's got nothing there. So I'll just go through I've explained the basis of granting the original permission. The first thing we look at really is the principle of a gym on this site, whether that would be acceptable or not. And policy door 2 allocates the subject land for non-neighbourly B2 and similar employment uses. And by non-neighbourly, it is obviously for bad neighbour uses that you generally find on industrial sites which can't be located anywhere else. And for that reason, we have to protect these sites from inappropriate uses, because obviously it's a waste of industrial land to then allow sites which could go elsewhere. For the purposes of Econ 1, which is the employment policy, a use for a gym would offer some employment. The is part-time. It would be at the beginning of the working day and in the evening, not during the day, and it would be for classes. And they state that it would be for up to 5 persons. Clearly that would be part-time employment. It wouldn't be a significant amount of employment for 2 industrial units. So clearly, in principle, use as a gym is not really considered appropriate. A gym is classed as a town centre use, which can be located in a town centre where there's good access to people and services. So in terms of principle, it fails. I've explained that it would lead to the loss of industrial land. The town council raised the point that it would be for the specific fitness training of children of underrepresented backgrounds. Now, whilst that might seem a good, worthy ambition, it's not something that we could make a condition of a plan permission. We cannot specifically grant permission for the training of children of underrepresented backgrounds. We grant permission for a gym in the widest sense that can be used by anyone at all, including you or me. The applicant seeks the permission for only 5 years until they're ready to use the units. They're going to occupy 3 of the units. So they're going to occupy these 3 units initially. And this is, the applicant is Door West Herbs. It's in the report, I should have said that. They will use 3 units. And then in 5 years' time, they want to use 17 and 18. In the meantime, they found somebody who will take the units and use them as a gym. Now, it's not for the planning system to reserve units for when a user might feel like using them. Clearly, they could be used for other people who would comply with the condition, i.e. other employment uses, but not a town centre gym use. What happens if the applicant doesn't need them in 5 years' time? Or their business doesn't do as well? So what do we do then? We end up with 2 units that would obviously still be occupied by the gym, presumably. So in that respect, it fails. And then the person who's occupying the 2 units, they might be doing quite well in 5 years' time, might want to stay. If you grant a temporary permission in planning, it's with a reasonable expectation that it will be made permanent. Normally, we grant a temporary permission as a trial run to see whether it works out okay. So normally we grant 2 or 3 years just to see if it works out okay. We're not being asked to do that here. We're being asked to grant a temporary permission to reserve the units until the applicant needs them. That clearly doesn't fit with planning law. The policy requires that policy Econ 2, which is the protection of key employment sites, and this is obviously the key employment site, does require that the use of key employment site for employment purposes other than B1, B2, and B8, and obviously some of E, obviously this policy was written for Class E, may be appropriate if it can be proven that the use provides of on-site support facilities or demonstrates an economic enhancement over and above B1, B2, B8 uses. Well, they haven't made, no case has been put before me that this would actually be better than what we've got permission for. think you also need to point out the buildings haven't been erected yet. So it's not as though they've been marketed and nobody wants them. You see, normally, if somebody were proposing an alternative use to a building, we might say, well, has it been marketed for 12 months to see whether somebody else would like to use it for the correct use? But that hasn't been done. It can't be done because the buildings haven't been erected yet. Compatibility with neighbouring land uses, clearly this industrial site, you've got lorries, you've got goodness knows what else, you've got bad neighbour uses, possibly dust, noise, all sorts of things. Is that an appropriate environment for a gym and people visiting a gym? I don't think it is. So the conclusion drawn is that unfortunately the proposal fails. It's contrary to policies Econ 1, Econ 2 and DOR 2, which I've described to you. No evidence has been provided to suggest why we should be granting permission for this for a temporary period. There's obviously the compatibility issue with neighbouring land uses if we were to allow a gym. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, James. Now we're going to hear from two public speakers on this application, both speaking in favour of the application. The first is Mr. Mark Surgeson. Yes, thank you very much.
Morning. Thanks very much for hearing me this morning. Is that better for the microphone? Thanks very much for listening to me this morning. I'm Mark Surgeson. I'm the director of CrossFit Weymouth. I run a functional fitness training facility in Weymouth currently. It's actually in the Granby Industrial Estate, so within an industrial estate, because that's a style of unit that is relevant for our style of training. We don't fit within. We couldn't move into a space that would be within a town centre. It wouldn't be an appropriate use. We would fall more under that bad neighbour sort of category, which puts us in a safe position within that Granby. We've been operating there for 3 years within the site that we're in at the moment. Previously, we were also within an industrial site. We've operated there safely and effectively. We have a widening group of adult members who come and use our facility and buy into it because of the style of fitness we provide. We provide small groups and highly coached sessions so that the people coming to our sessions are getting a lot out of it, both for their physical and their mental health. However, I want to say what makes us unique within our environment, and that's because of our youth training programme that we are running and developing and hoping to grow when we move into Dorchester. We have looked extensively for other sites within Dorchester, but there aren't available suitable premises within Dorchester. And actually, because of our youth training scheme, and this is why I'm so passionate about it, I think this position within Poundbury is absolutely ideal for us. I'm a teacher of 14 years experience previously. My wife is a paediatric consultant at Dorchester County Hospital. Both of my children attend local schools, so I am uniquely invested within the welfare of our youth within the local area. Okay. The real challenges they are currently facing in a post-pandemic UK, Britain, and post-pandemic Dorchester are a wave of obesity crisis and mental health crisis. Kingfisher Ward, the acute ward at DCH, isn't coping under the weight of these two burdens. There aren't ways of dealing with these, and we, I believe, can be part of that solution. We're actually going to convert our youth training scheme. This isn't an economic reason, but we're converting it to a not-for-profit business. We're actually in discussion at the moment with UK Sport.
Your 3 minutes is up now, if you could wrap up, please.
Okay, we're in funding with UK Sport to actually extend our provision within Dorchester. It puts us within walking distance of many major local schools, and so we could actually have a huge impact helping the youth of our area. I have supporting letters from most schools and from the childhood obesity lead at Dorchester County Hospital, who actively want us to move to this specific location because of its proximity to their setups.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Ben Broughton-White, who's the applicant. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ben Broughton-White from Door West Herbs, who's the applicant for this. The applicant in this case. we are purchasing 4 of these units with on the new development. We are existing tenants on Parkway Farm and have been for 6 years. During that time, we have been growing our business by around 25% in terms of headcount, from 16 to 20. Part of that challenge for us is making a better environment for our staff to attract better people to the area. As a relatively small business, although 74 years standing, we are a thriving business, and our plan is to continue to grow. Hence our need for buying 4, 2 for initial use and 2 for future use. The future use, obviously, I appreciate the comments put forward by the case officer. It's our intention to continue to grow. And in that time, if we can support another business into the area that will provide a fantastic provision, and I know it's a fantastic provision because my entire family are members of that gym, and that's my 2 children and myself and my wife. It provides something not only for the children of the area and also members, but also for businesses to attract better staff and to help improve their mental and physical well-being. And that's something as an employer is vital for us, not only to get the most from our staff in terms of work, but also their work-life balance, having something that's within an industrial area, and one that is, I know, is to be half sold. It's been marketed on 2 occasions. From the initial planning was granted and this planning, around half the units are sold, in addition to existing empty units on Parkway Farm, of which there are a few. So I don't feel that using these units in this way is going to be detrimental to the availability of industrial development. In fact, it offers something to every business in the area that's going to be for the well-being of their staff and also for their children. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I wouldn't be backing it as a business person or as a member if I didn't believe it's the right thing to be doing.
Thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Members that are members of the public to address you today on this application. Can I now ask if you have any questions of clarification? Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor John Andrews from Sherborne. I would just like to ask the case officer, if it's were granted, could it then be used for industrial as well as this use in future? Yes.
Councillor Heatley, any questions? Councillor Jones, Councillor Cook.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just coming back to what you've put in 6.3, the ECII, other appropriate services in a commercial business or service locality. That's on page 23. You say that there is a specific category for gym and fitness, and you made mention of a town centre location, but is that actually written in policy, or is that just a generalised assumption that we all make? And could this be hung on the fact that other appropriate services in a commercial business or service locality? Does it specifically say that gym and fitness provision is not in that?
Yeah, it's in my report, actually. It's under the planning policy comments. I just find that it comes under class E, but yeah, it's in the use classes orders as under class E, which is why they've made the application. So it's E little d, as you see on the screen at the bottom. But where it states that it's a town centre use is, if I can find it in my report, my own report. Oh, here we are. Yeah. So health and fitness centres are defined within Annex 2, glossary of the NPPF, as a main town centre use. So it's in the national planning policy.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's not something I made up.
The point being, Councillor Cook, that we don't need to the provision for a gym is not included in the uses that it has permission for at the moment. If we think that a gym is an acceptable use, then we are here to determine the change of use. So we don't have to hang, I can't remember what the expression was, hang a gym in on one of those existing, because what we are deciding here today is if we think a gym is acceptable, then we will do a change of use and then the gym will be permissible. So that's the way we would approach it. Thank you. If we think it's acceptable. Councillor Potherby, do you have any questions?
Questions, just lots of thoughts going around in my head.
Good.
Share with you in a while.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, any questions?
No questions.
Good. We're good with questions then. I will now open it up to debate then. Would somebody like to start? Councillor Potherby, do you want to share some of your thoughts going round in your head?
I am quite torn on this one, I have to say. I'm on the paper ground to see what I've written. I can see it would be a very valued facility. I can see the benefits for the community and other businesses. I get it, but it is clearly against policy. So, and that's usually a red line for me. So I'm quite torn on this one, and I would be interested to hear what other members think about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I know that we go against policy, but bureaucracy is there. Sometimes gets in the way a little bit. And I can see that this is a good service here. I can see that it's an asset to the community. I know the area and the location actually quite well. There are other units that are empty on Poundbury anyway, and I think it's an asset that we've got a company that want to build these units, and we've got a ready-made occupant for 5 years in there. So I'm fully happy to support it and actually propose that we recommend it and accept it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jones and Councillor Andrews.
I'm quite happy to second the proposal. This is a use that will be taking up some of the empty spaces. There are a lot of empty spaces that have been empty for a long, long time here, and we need to get people employment and people into this area. And this is a very good way of doing it. And I like the idea that a gym needs to be near businesses, so people can just go from work straight into the gym and get fit. And also, if this one of these, if run a business like this on the Granby Industrial Estate, there have been no problems on that. I cannot see any problems here with noise, pollution. And if you read the cumulative effect on pollution on health, living conditions, and the natural environment, well, this committee quite recently gave permission for housing in a busy industrial estate. This is a quiet little industrial site, and I'm sure this will fit in very well.
I'm going to come to Councillor Andrews, and then while I'm doing that, the proposer and the seconder, you need to be thinking of reasons for our decision. So we can't just reject the officer's recommendation. We have to have reasons for so doing. So be mulling that over while I hear from my next two commentators. I think Councillor Andrews, you were first.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Sherwood. Much as I understand completely what the officer is recommended, or has recommended, because it does conflict with the policies that are laid down. We have gyms in various industrial estates all around the county and in neighbouring counties. Just to mention South Western Business Park at Sherborne, the Granby Industrial Estate, and the estate in Yeovil. I don't see any reason why we can't accept this change of use, and I would be happy to go along with the proposal.
Thank you very much, Councillor Heatley.
There are many occasions in this committee where we are unhappy because policies in local plans are not being followed for force majeure reasons in planning. Broadly, we have a policy here which says this bit of land is mainly for bad neighbour uses, industrial uses, which this is not. And I'm actually pretty convinced by the officer's argument.
Thank you very much. Yes. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken who would like to speak again? I've had Val, do you want to come back again? No, you'll come. No, you don't have to. Yeah.
I'm still undecided, actually. It's a really difficult decision, this one, and I'm usually very clear cut, as you know.
Thank you. I'm going to ask our lawyer to give us, so did you want to make a different point?
No, I actually think there's an economic benefit from this going ahead because it will, as has been shown by comments made by the applicant, it will provide an extra degree of service for the industrial units that do use and if it goes to helping an area grow, which I believe it will, I think that overrides the policy of not allowing such developments or changes in development, because I think at the end of the day, we've got to look at the economic impact and how we can do as much to bring as many people in to make an area viable.
Yes, thank you very much. So we have the proposed and seconder. We have now to have reasons for overturning the officer's recommendation. I'm going to ask Hannah, our solicitor, to just give us a word of advice about what those reasons need to look like.
Thank you, Chair. So just to aid in your deliberations, this is an application for a variation of a condition. And when we're considering those, your scope is slightly more limited than if we were considering a full planning permission for a change of use. So what you need to be thinking about is, has there been a change in national policies or development plans since that planning decision was originally made, which restricted that use? Or has there been a significant change in the material considerations since that original condition was imposed? I hope that helps.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
On that point, halfway through the report, it says recent changes to the Town and Country Planning Order are now put new class ED along with more neighbourly uses, which would mean a gym could be wouldn't need planning permission now. It's, like you say, it's because of the condition only. But since that's come in since the condition, would that be a reason for removing the condition?
James?
That recent change was made before we granted the permission, so it isn't since it.
Yeah.
So it's not material.
Thank you. Hannah?
Thank you.
Hannah Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I think what we need to consider in the sort of material planning considerations, we've heard from James quite clearly this is contrary to the development plan policies that have been cited. It's whether there's any material considerations that would warrant going against those policies. So you've got economic policies that secure this site for economic uses, and that's obviously a benefit, and that's why the development plan secures these sites for those economic benefits. You've heard from the applicant here, there are some social benefits from a gym, and we may not be able to tie that down to school children using it, but there will be wider health benefits and social benefits from a gymnasium proposed. I think that's what you need to be thinking about, is acknowledge there is a conflict with the development plan, but are there any material considerations that would outweigh those concerns in your view?
There are some considerations. There's some significant community asset by having this gym in this location, close to things. I don't personally believe that gyms are town centre locations. Do we want sweaty people walking through our shopping centres and so on? It's probably not the best place for them. And I think this is actually the ideal location, slightly out of town. People can drive there, park there, walk to the thing. So I don't know how you word that in, but I think there are a lot of benefits.
So drive there and park there is quite the direction we want to be going in terms of sustainability.
They can also walk.
I mean, it's clearly not a sustainable location in that sense.
It is sustainable. Yes. Walk from Poundbury. I can walk from there. You can get 2/3 of Dorchester can walk there.
Then let's have it that people can walk there, not drive. And yes, that's something. James, and then Steph.
So, sorry, Councillor, but I just need to, I didn't mean to mention this in my presentation. It's in my report. Town council and the ward member both referred to this as a community asset, and you just used that term wrong.
Yes.
It isn't a community asset. They referred to it as an asset of community value, town council. It's not an asset of community value. It's an existing building, pub, shop, bingo hall, anything you like, but it has to be nominated as an asset of community value. Then it's protected. That isn't applicable to something that hasn't even been built. This is not considering value in that sense.
No, exactly. That is a very specific.
It might have community benefit. However, it is a business at the end of the day.
Yes, yes.
So it's providing services. Obviously, they're making profit.
Yes, so that's very helpful, James. So it's not an asset of community value in the meaning, but yes, exactly. Councillor Jones.
First of all, it is an economic benefit in an area where the industrial place has been empty for lots of them empty for a long time. It brings workers into that area, but it also has social benefits. If we're not going to say communities, it has big social benefits in that, especially now since COVID, people are needing more space to help their mental health and physical health.
Right, so we've got some health benefits, economic benefits.
Never got an yes.
Sorry, Chair, but there will be economic benefits. People will be employed.
Right, and that outweigh the, okay, so employment. James, do you want to just say a little more about the temporary nature of this variation condition? Because what we're being asked to look at is varying this for 5 years. And James's point is that would not be what we would generally do in planning terms consider to be temporary. We would generally, temporary would be much, so is there anything we can...
You just explain the temporary issue. You did just, in summing up, Chair, say that there would be employment benefits. Policy Econ 2 in the local plan does say, in black and white, the use of key employment sites for employment purposes other than B1, B2 may be appropriate. It can be proven that the use provides on-site support facilities or demonstrates an economic enhancement over and above B1, B2 and B8. So in this case, part-time employment in the morning and in the evening better than having the unit occupied all day, for example, which it would be if it was built for appropriate use. On the temporary thing, I say when we grant temporary permissions, it's usually for a trial run, to see whether it works out okay. Examples of temporary permissions are agricultural dwellings. So we might grant a 3-year permission for a mobile home so that a farmer can demonstrate that they can run the farm. And then we might grant a permanent permission after that. There might be a use that might be a bad neighbour use. So we might run it for a temporary period and it would be 2 to 3 years. We can't really have a temporary period to reserve a unit for 5 years' time when somebody else needs it for business units. And I'm not quite sure what we'd say to the person who's been using it for 5 years. By the way, you've got to go now and find a gym somewhere else. So it doesn't really make logical sense to allow something and then in 5 years' time say they cannot stay there. So if you were granted permission, it would need to be, I think, a permanent permission if you were going to do that. And then Dor West Herbs wouldn't get their unit. So it's a little bit more complicated than you think.
Yes, I think we need, yes, thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
I think we're overthinking this. I see no problem with we've got a landlord here who wants to rent, a tenant who wants to rent. It's for 5 years. I don't see a problem with renting it for 5 years. At the end of that, everybody knows, landlord and tenants know, there will be a decision to be made about 5 years. Either they apply for a permanent extension, or it reverts to Door West, and I suspect, knowing Door West the business, they will be taken over in 5 years' time anyway. I think we're going round. This is an ideal location for a business such as this. There are people can walk, they can use it. It's going to be economic sense, financial asset to the community. So,
right, thank you. Councillor Cook and then Councillor James. Oh, sorry, Councillor Heatley, I'm coming to you next. Councillor Cook.
If we look at the economic benefit, does that benefit have to be by the applicant? What we've got to look at is a slightly bigger picture. Councillor Fry's just mentioned the company that will be located next to it. If it helps their business model that this change of use goes ahead, it allows them to come in, which allows them to do business, which does the county good. If it brings in employees to other businesses, that then strengthens the local economy of that industrial estate. So just to look at it on the basis of, is this an economic benefit in and of itself, I think is boxing ourselves in. We've got to look at the bigger picture.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. I had Councillor James and then Councillor Heatley.
Only to reiterate that already there is a gym on the Granby Industrial Estate, the same type of gym. And you were saying that you have to prove that on an industrial estate there will be as much employment as if you had, a big factory working there. It works in the Granby Industrial Estate. I'm sure it will work here and big employment.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to come in now, James? And then, sorry, Councillor, you haven't got you, but James, to just respond.
There is a subtle difference, though. Granby Industrial Estate, the buildings were already there, and it's likely that the applicant demonstrated that an alternative use of an existing building couldn't be found. These buildings haven't been erected yet. They don't need to build empty buildings.
That is an important point. Councillor Heatley.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be in a minority of one, but I'm going to go ahead nevertheless. If we make a policy and a planning permission which says we are reserving land for these bad neighbour businesses, it must have been because we thought there was a need for land for those. If we allow that to be diluted and allow various other businesses, which may be very desirable in themselves, to go there, there is a possibility that some bad neighbour business, which might be fine in employment terms, maybe even in social terms, not to have a place to be. I mean, it may be waste recycling or something unpleasant like that no one wants to live near. So I'm concerned that we are diluting that basic decision. Now, we were asked, has something changed since we made that basic decision? And I'm not, yes, maybe there's a bit more demand for gyms and health and so on and so forth. Despite that. So I don't agree with it. So I'm not going to help you constructing reasons.
Fair enough. Okay. Committee, I think where you are is you are saying, notwithstanding the fact that this is contrary to policy, you would like to grant the variation of condition on the grounds that you take the view that the economic benefits in terms of employment, social benefits to health and fitness and well-being, those two benefits override the policy considerations. That's where you are. Thank you. Yes, please, Hannah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. As Hannah's explained, this is a Section 73 application, so it's varying a condition on the original consent. It does grant a new planning permission, so you need to look to see what conditions you wanted to attach. It's still relevant from the original application. So I've got the list of the conditions here. So it's the plan number list, And then development's commenced, hasn't it, James? So you wouldn't need a commencement.
No,
it hasn't commenced. Okay, so the whole of the site hasn't commenced. So it would be tied to the original section, the original application. So it doesn't grant an extension. It would have to be implemented before the original application expired.
Right.
Okay.
So she means from the date of the.
From the date of the grant. Sorry, the date of the
So
grant.
3 years from the date of the grant.
Yeah, so it doesn't extend the time you have to implement.
Oh, good.
And then the third condition is what would be amended in line with the application to allow the additional use. And then we need to reapply the other conditions, which are limits on the use in terms of hours, between not being used outside of 7 till 9 Monday to Saturday and 8 till 6 on Sundays and bank holidays, and a delivery restriction. And then there's a condition on ventilation, a condition on facing materials, and vehicular access, and turn-in and parking, and cycle facilities, and also hard and soft landscaping, and tree protection, biodiversity mitigation plan, surface water management, and a sustainable drainage system. And last one, surface water condition. So they're all linked to the original grant of consent, which you need to consider reapplying.
Right. So as you went down that list, the only one that leapt out to me as might be slightly different would be the hours of opening. The others all sounded as if they would still apply, even though we're putting a gym in there. Is that?
I think gyms are normally open from quite early to quite.
That's right, exactly. But did we have restrictions on Sunday? I was concerned that we might be too restrictive for the gym in its hours.
7 till 9 Monday to Saturday.
7 till 9.
8 a.m. till 6 on Sundays and bank holidays. And just deliveries restricted to 8 till 6 Monday to Saturday.
Deliveries, I think we can leave the same. No.
7 till 9. Probably a bit later.
On the other hand, it might correct me, but they haven't applied to vary that condition.
No, all right, good. Then we'll leave it. No, they haven't. Let's not. No, let's not make our life. It sounds all right anyway. It's not too restrictive.
You can apply different conditions if it's necessary to make it acceptable. But James is right; they haven't specifically applied to vary that, so you assume that it's okay.
We'll assume that's okay, right? Okay. So the rest of the conditions sounded as if they would still stand to me. You did go through them quite fast.
Sorry.
All right.
I think they jumped out there.
No, good. Okay. Thank you for that, Hannah. And I would just like to take advice from my two Hannahs here. Candidly, I will say, committee, that your grounds for overturning policy sound to me quite slight. But if that's what you want to go with, that's what yes, in which case that's what we will go with. I mean, yeah. So we're notwithstanding the conflict with the policies outlined, you would like to grant this variation of condition for the reasons of the social benefits of health, fitness and well-being and the economic benefits with regard to employment. That's where we are. Yes, sorry, Stella, and then...
Just a question about the condition, because I agree with you, the hours sound a bit odd for a gym. If they wanted to do that, would it have to come back to committee to change that condition, or would it just be done?
It would have to come back to committee because the conditions were set at committee. Les.
I absolutely understand why the planning officer has recommended refusal. I get that, this over the policies and that's why this has come to committee.
Yeah.
We have the opportunity there to change this, which I think is what we're doing, which is the right thing to do.
Yeah, good.
Asset that will become an asset for the community,
and economic development and sense and all, and support also, as we said, Door West Road in their plan as they go forward. You've got a landlord and tenant relationship, which we should support.
We've had all that. Good. That's lovely. Thank you very much. I think we've taken this as far as we can. That's your grounds for. Yeah, sorry, James.
One final thing to put into the mix is that if you're granting a temporary permission, 5 years, you'd have to obviously need a condition added for that.
You would.
Huge list we just heard, and you would need to give a reason for granting a temporary permission. And presumably, I mean, the building hasn't been built yet, but you would be presumably be granted 5 years from today.
Yeah.
Clearly, if in 5 years' time the gym's doing really well and Door West Herbs are not doing so well, God forbid, they would have a reasonable expectation of renewing that permission again. So that's the point to be aware of. So you might be granting temporary permission for the reason you need to give to me, but they could obviously in 5 years' time renew it, because we would have difficulty denying.
I absolutely. I have to say, I think the temporary permission sounds problematic. The proposer and the seconder, are you proposing a temporary permission or just a variation of condition, not temporary, and let the future take care of itself?
You have legal advice guidance on that, please.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. As James has said, if you wanted to impose a temporary condition, you would need to be giving a reason why that use wasn't suitable on a permanent basis in that location. If you're going to grant it so that it's on a permanent basis, you obviously also need to be mindful that that would be in perpetuity until the next chapter in the planning history of that site. And so it would not necessarily always be the business that is being proposed right now that would be in that location. It could be another gym, which perhaps would be more of a town centre use.
John.
I was going to say, surely we can vote on the applications put before us, and that's by temporary. I don't know. Am I right in that?
No, because you're overturning it. So you can if you want to make it temporary, you have to give reasons for that. If you have no reason to make it temporary, then you're making it permanent, which is acceptable. So have you reasons to make it temporary, bearing in mind what James has just said? None. So you're not making it temporary. So we're doing a variation of condition on grounds of social benefit and economic benefit, but not temporary. And we're making no changes to the conditions. Is that what? Yeah. I think we might. It's just, yeah. Right. I'm going to propose a very short adjournment for Hannah and James now to put that into correct language, because so far it's just my language, which might not be quite good enough. And so we will adjourn for 5 minutes? 10? We will adjourn for 10 minutes, 10 minutes, right, while Hannah and James and other Hannah, are you happy with that? Thank you very much. And then, so we will reconvene at just after 25 to 1. If you're, can we put Right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are now live again. Our officers have had a few moments to just make sure that we're on sound ground here. So I will now ask Hannah Smith, area manager, to read out what you're now going to be asked to vote on. Hannah.
Are we live yet, Chair?
Yes, we are live.
Thank you, Chair. So following the
Could we change the notice on the screen, please, because we are live. Thank you. Yeah, Hannah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Following the questions and discussion, committee notes the conflict with identified development plan policies. However, consider that in this instance, there are material planning considerations that would outweigh the policy conflicts. These material considerations are the limited economic benefit through job creation and health benefits and wellbeing benefits through the provision of the gym.
Thank you very much, Hannah. We will now put that to the vote. All those in favour of this variation condition on those grounds, please raise your hands.
Chair,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but just to confirm, the changes to the policies, the changes to the conditions would include the addition of the gym use class to condition 3, and also the imposition again of the relevant conditions on the original consent, which I discussed went through earlier.
Thank you very much. So that with the addition of the condition for the gym use class, proposer and seconder, are you happy with that recommendation, with that change to conditions? Yes, thank you. Right, now we're ready to go to the vote. All those in favour of the granting this variation with that change of conditions, please raise your hand. Those against? Thank you very much. So that is carried. Thank you very much. That turned out to be more complicated and more interesting than I thought. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's nearly lunchtime, but I want to press on and take the next application before we break, please, because Mr. Nathan, who's chair of Tarrant Hindon Parish Council, who is waiting to speak, has to go. So I think we will press on if you don't mind. And I know there are 1 or 2 members who have to leave. Just inviting my vice chairman, Mary Penfold, back into her chair and her vice chair role. We're now moving on then the application, please, for a permanent permission for a temporary caravan site for gypsies, travellers and travelling show people to be used for 21 days at the time of the Great Dorset Steam Fair. For those of you who don't know, the Great Dorset Steam Fair is a very important, very large event that happens every year in North Dorset. When the Steam Fair arrives on site, it's as big as a small town. So this is a very, very significant event. Getting this provision for a site for gypsies and travellers and travelling show people is a really key component of the success of this event, and it's important that we understand what we're giving permission for here, and that we understand the implications if we were not to give permission. This is a really key part of the arrangements for this very important event. This is in my ward, and I will be voting. Once I've heard the committee's deliberation, I will be voting on this matter. Could I ask Hugh Williams to make your officer's report? Hugh.
Chair. The application was submitted back in December 2020 with a description that at the time made reference to a permanent temporary gypsy traveller caravan site for a period of 3 weeks around the Great Dorset Steam Fair. The description has since been amended in the interests of clarity, and as set out on the screen is now for use of land for up to 21 days in any calendar year as a caravan site to be operated as a temporary stopping location for gypsies, travellers and travelling show people during and around the dates of the Great Dorset Steam Fair. Section 9 of the report before you provides an explanation of the proposed development, including an extract from the supporting statement submitted with the application. Although the description has been amended, there's been no change to either the purpose or the details of the application proposal since it was submitted in December 2020. Great Dorset Steam Fair is normally held once a year over a period of four days, and in recent times has been held over the August bank holiday period, although historically the timing of the fair has varied, as has its location. Paragraph 5.168 of the adopted North Dorset Local Plan states that in association with the Steam Fair, there is a need for a transit site with capacity for 100 pitches for a few weeks each year, and indicates a commitment to providing such a site within a reasonable distance of the Steam Fair site each year for as long as the event is held within the district. The plan doesn't define the term reasonable distance, but sites have previously been operated for a number of years that are within a reasonable walking distance, so perhaps less than 1 kilometre from the Steam Fair site. Planning permission has twice been granted previously for the use of the application site as a caravan site in conjunction with the Dorset Steam Fair by Dorset County Council, those permissions having been granted in 2011 and 2016. The application includes a location plan and a larger scale site plan, which identify the location and extent of the application site by red edging. In brief, the application site is located approximately 500 metres to the northeast of the village of Tarrant Hinton and approximately 5.5 kilometres northeast of Blandford Forum. Since 1988, the Great Dorset Steam Fair has been held on Tarrant Down on land to the southwest of the village of Tarrant Hinton. The entire Dorset Steam Fair site now covering an area of more than 250 hectares, of which approximately a quarter is given over for camping and caravanning. That land has capacity for around 5,000 pitches for tents, caravans and camper vans, but site rules preclude the presence of vans other than properly constructed camper vans, and also preclude the presence of lorries and trucks. Operation of the Steam Fair site does not currently incorporate provision for a relevant caravan site for the purposes of Section 6 of the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act 1994. This section of legislation empowers a senior police officer to direct people trespassing on land, to leave the land and to remove any vehicle and other property he has with him on that land. Amongst other matters, the power is conditional on there being a suitable pitch on a relevant caravan site for that or those caravans. In this context, relevant caravan site means a caravan site which is A, situated in the area of a local authority within whose area the land is situated, so in this instance within Dorset. B, managed by a relevant site manager, and in this regards, relevant site manager includes a local authority within whose area the land is situated, so again Dorset Council, or a private registered provider of social housing or a registered social landlord. Use of the site previously has been by Dorset Council or Dorset County Council with the agreement of the landowner. The application site comprises the western section of a larger agricultural field immediately adjoining the A354 and is less than 10 minutes walk from the Dorset Steam Fair site. The surrounding area is agrarian in character
and mostly comprises large fields enclosed by hedgerows and occasional trees, interspersed with pockets of woodland and occasional agricultural buildings and residential property. The nearest residential property to the application site is Turnpike Cottage, located immediately adjacent to the A354, approximately 280 metres from the site boundary. Vehicular access into the site is available direct from the A354, and there is a mains water supply available within the site. But all other site facilities have previously been provided temporarily for periods when the site has been operated as a caravan site, the visual impact of site usage thereby being periodic, occasional and short term. The proposal again is that the site would be similarly operated with short-term temporary amenities, including portaloos and site management facilities, these facilities being removed each time the site is returned to intermitting agricultural use. An agricultural track connects from the application site heading southwest towards Tarrant Hinton and has previously been used to provide pedestrian connection between the site and the Steamfair site with a single road crossing on a country lane in Tarrant Hinton. It's likely that that arrangement would be instigated again, but the access link is outside of the application site area, and this being an application by Dorset Council, the link is not over land over which the applicant has ownership or control. However, it's recommended that conditions be imposed requiring the submission and approval of appropriate site management arrangements, these being set out in a caravan site operation plan and a biodiversity landscape and management plan. Aerial photograph of the area indicates the agrarian character of the area surrounding the application site. The Steamfair site's to the southwest of the small village of Tarrant Hinton, and the relationship between the application site and Tarrant Hinton. In closer view, the agricultural track, both within and adjoining the application site to the local highway networks, are also available, as are the hedgerows that enclose the agricultural field within which the application sits. In terms of the development plan, the site is not allocated for development, and Tarrant Hinton is identified as a lower order settlement that does not have a defined settlement boundary. The application site, the village of Tarrant Hinton and the Steamfair site are all located entirely within the Cranbourne Chase and West Wiltshire Downs area of outstanding natural beauty, wherein public authorities exercising and performing any functions in relation to or so as to affect land in the designated area have a statutory duty to have regard to the purpose of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty of that area. National planning policy also makes clear that planning permission for major developments within areas of outstanding natural beauty should not be granted other than in exceptional circumstances and when the grant of planning permission is in the public interest. The area of outstanding natural beauty has also additionally been designated a dark sky reserve, which is a matter that is addressed through planning policy and particular policies towards lighting management. The nearest locations to the Steamfair site that are not within the AONB are more than 2.5 kilometres from the Steamfair site and are therefore not within easy walking distance of the fair. The adopted local plan identifies sites for gypsies, travellers and travelling show people and sites for rural tourist accommodation as forms of development that may be permitted in the countryside. Policy 26 of the adopted local plan sets out the development management criteria to be used for determining planning applications relating to proposed sites for gypsies, travellers and travelling show people, pertinent criteria relating to need, restriction of occupancy, proximity to local services and community facilities, and flood risk. Policy 31 of the local plan indicates that sites for touring, caravans and tent camping will be permitted provided that the proposal is in a sustainable location where local services that tourists are likely to want to use can be accessed by means other than the car, and that the proposal is compatible in character, design and scale with the area in which it is proposed, particularly in areas of high landscape sensitivity and adverse impacts can be mitigated. In isolation from the Great Dorset Steam Fair event, the application site is unlikely to be regarded as either a suitable or an appropriate location for a 100-pitch touring caravan site, or for either a temporary or a permanent site for gypsies, travellers or travelling show people. However, the proposal is specifically for use of the application site as a caravan site to be operated as a temporary stopping location for gypsies, travellers and travelling show people for up to 21 days in any calendar year during and around the dates of the Great Dorset Steam Fair, and is therefore specifically targeted at meeting an identified development plan requirement, and is also specifically focused on the provision of a relevant caravan site for the purposes of Section 2A of the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act. In both meeting an identified need and providing wider associated public benefits derived from operating relevant caravan sites, the nature and form of the application weigh heavily in favour of granting planning permission for the restricted and limited use of the application site as a caravan site as proposed. The site is not subject to any statutory nature conservation designation, is not within a groundwater protection zone, and is at low risk from all sources of flooding. There are a number of public rights of way in the surrounding countryside, including bridleways on both sides of the A354 that are in close proximity to the application site. However, views from these routes are heavily curtailed by intermitting topography and vegetation, such that any impact on the character and appearance of the landscape, the natural beauty and the recreational amenity of the AONB as experienced from these publicly accessible locations would be very slight. There are also a number of designated heritage assets in the locality, these being marked by the red edgings on this plan, which include a Grade 2 listed milestone on the roadside verge adjacent to the application site, a number of other listed buildings within the designated Tarrant Hinton Conservation Area, here outlined in blue, and also various other scheduled monuments and listed buildings in the area. Considered that the periodic and short-term operation of the site in the setting of these designated heritage have no lasting effect on heritage significance. The A354 descends from the application site into the village of Tarrant Hinton before rising again up towards the junction between the A354 and Swainsford Road, which provides access into Blandford Camp. The Collingwood Battalion War Memorial is located adjacent to that junction. Because of the topography, there are views towards the application site from locations to the west of Tarrant Hinton, although impact on those views is limited by the intermitting distance. As previously, access to the site would be via the existing Fieldgate access onto the A354. Traffic speeds adjacent to the site are subject to a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit, but the speed limit is lowered temporarily by temporary traffic orders operated as part of the Steam Fair event management plan. Highways officer has indicated no objection, subject to various conditions, including a condition that the site is only operated at times when, as a caravan site, at times when the speed on the A354 is limited to 30 miles per hour, and a condition to that effect is recommended. Most of the site road frontage comprises a hedge, which is partially at about 3 metres tall before stepping down to being mostly around 2 metres tall. The field access is located on a slight bend within the main road, but visibility opens up to oncoming traffic as you near the junction. And past operation of the site has been satisfactorily managed as part of site management arrangements. The lower section of the hedge provides reasonably effective screening of the application site approaching from the east, the higher section providing even more effective screening of occupation behind. This view being close to the brow of the hill adjacent to the listed milestone. The access itself and the trackway within the application site are well consolidated, and use and management of the access can be regulated by means of planning condition. The interior of the application site is more readily viewed from locations to the west on the A354, where the lower section of hedgerow affords more open views into the site. And from further distance, the topography of the site is also opens up views. Conditions requiring hedgerow management and supplementary planting are recommended to limit the impact on the character and appearance of the area and to secure landscape enhancement and biodiversity net gain. Visual impact will naturally diminish with distance, this view being from one of the Steamfair access points at Throatfield, approximately 1.6 kilometres from the application site, from where caravans within the application site may well be apparent, but would not be unduly intrusive, particularly in periods immediately before, during, or after the Steamfair. The character and appearance of this part of the AONB is inevitably impacted by the scale and the activities associated with running the Steamfair. This view is from further afield, approximately 3 kilometres from the application site, from Swainson Road looking northeast, in which the site, glimpsed views of the site are achievable, but where the continuation of the ridgeline heading north means that there is no intervisibility at the listed Collingwood War Memorial pinnacle, such that there will be no impact on the setting of this listed monument. Since the application report was prepared, I have received an email, or a further email, from the Cranbourne Chase and West Wiltshire Downs Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty Partnerships Landscape and Planning Officer, noting that the partnership's comments set out in the committee report of 16th of March 2021 are still valid, and referencing the concerns expressed by Tarrant Hinton Parish Council, and indicating agreement that with the Parish Council that the site should be tied to the operation of the Great Dorset Steam Fair at its current site. The submission also invites the Planning Authority to give weight to the fact that the AON partnership agrees with and supports the Parish Council's position. The Parish Council has asked for conditions imposed previously to be imposed again. The recommended conditions and associated reasons out in the report. The conditions differ from those imposed on the previous grants of planning permission, but are considered sufficient to render the application proposal in general accordance with the development plan. The recommended conditions variously require the submission, approval and implementation of a caravan site operation plan and a biodiversity and landscape management plan, require that the site is operated for the purpose of providing a relevant caravan site, restrict occupation of the site, restrict use of the site, limit the total numbers of caravans that may be present on the site at any one time, and further address highway safety matters. The The NPPF is clear that planning conditions should be kept to a minimum and only imposed where they are necessary, relevant to planning and to the development to be permitted, enforceable, precise and reasonable in all other respects. A condition could be imposed limiting the duration of the use of the application site as a caravan site, but in the context of the other recommended conditions set out in the report, my view is that such limitation is not necessary. Accordingly, there is no change to the recommendation set out in the report, which is that planning permission should be granted subject to the conditions set out at paragraph 16.1 of that report. And that concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
That's splendid. Thank you very much indeed, Hugh, clear as always. I'd like to invite Mr. Mike Nathan, Chair of Tarrant Hinton Parish Council, now to come and talk to the committee.
Thank you very much. It's interesting that this planning application is dated 2020 and we're now 2022. Could have been solved a lot earlier with proper communication. All we have ever said, and I was responsible for arranging the original Traveller site and persuading all the neighbouring parish councils to allow that site to take place. It took quite some doing, plus an attendance at one of these meetings in County Hall. We have always objected to the word permanent being included in this because it frightened all the people in the area that we might eventually have a permanent gypsy traveller show people site on our boundary. And this is, in fact, listening to the previous application, this is a temporary application that's now going to be made permanent. Quite interesting. What we absolutely require is that this site is tied in location on Monkton Down to the Great Dorset Steam Fair. If there's any other show that's there, or if the Great Dorset Steam Fair moves elsewhere, this application should not be allowed. That's our prime request. ANOB have supported us, my local parish council, the local parish councils in my area have supported us, and it's really quite simple. We've been asking for that kind of consideration and control in the regulations to be put in for the last 18 months. It's quite crazy. It should be simple. It should take up no time. We know that the site is needed. If it's not there, the police do not have the ability to move travellers from roadsides, from parks, out of those areas, and they lose control. In the first years when this site was first used, you had perhaps up to 90 people camping there. Last year there was one, but you still need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Nathan. That's all. I will now go round and take, if there are any questions. Councillor Andrews, any questions? Questions for clarification?
Thank you very much, Chair. Can we be further on the dates with the Great Dorset thing on tying this application to those actual dates? It's around, it's a bit vague.
Yes, that's good, but it says around as it means as in on either side of. Perhaps there's a round is ambiguous. It might be deemed to be ambiguous. Could we form a form of words that? Yeah.
Only if the Dorset Steam Fair is held, because we know in the last couple of years hasn't. There's no reason for the granting can't be there. So that's my only two questions.
Yeah, good. We could come back. Should we take any other questions before we come back and tidy up the conditions in case we have similar questions?
I think on that one, because members may have questions specific on the wording I'm using,
yes.
But I think it is worth going straight to condition 6. The conditions, there are 10 conditions in total. They need to be read in there as a whole, but they also need to be understood individually. Condition 6, recommended condition 6 is the use of the application site as a caravan site shall be limited to a maximum period of 21 days in any one calendar year and shall be limited to periods around and during the operation of the Great Dorset Steam Fair event at locations within a 4-kilometre radius of the application site.
I was satisfied with that condition. I think that's fairly clear, but we can come back to it under discussion if you're not. Councillor Heatley. This is questions we're still on.
Similar
sorry.
point.
Yes.
How or by whom is the 21 days, the specific 21 days decided?
It has been 21 days for a number of years. It does work very well.
Which 20?
Right, yes.
Again, condition 6. A maximum period of 21 days in any calendar year and shall be limited to periods around and during the operation of the Great Dorset Steam Fair event. There's an absolute limit of 21 days, and they're also tied to the operation of the Great Dorset Steam Fair event. The reason 21 days is based on historic awareness of gypsy traveller and travelling show people movements that associate with the operation of the Steam Fair event. The Steam Fair event, although in recent times has been held over the August bank holiday, the exact timing of it can and does vary depending on a range of matters. But it's the holding of the fair that draws travellers both before and means they're in the area after. That we see a large increase in need for gypsy traveller and traveller show people provision within Dorset. The local plan references to a few weeks of the year. My interpretation of few is that it's more than a couple and usually 3. So I think 21 days is both in accordance with the development plan and in accordance with historic need. As the parish council have noted, occupancy levels on both this and other sites that have been used in the local area for this purpose have diminished over time since they were first operated, but so has experience of unauthorised encampments elsewhere in the surrounding area. Part of the benefit of providing the facility is that it deters illegal encampment elsewhere.
Committee members may take some comfort from the fact that you said who decides the 21 days and when does it begin. There is a very experienced group of people involving the police, the people that run the Steam Fair, Dorset Council, licensing, the local planning, and that's the team of people, that's the very experienced group of management group, as it were, that would say the 21 days on this occasion should begin on this day and end on that day, and it will be up to 21 days, it could be fewer than 20 days, because it will slightly begin, for example, when's the weekend beforehand, that sort of thing. When are the gypsy and travelling show people likely to pitch up? So it's movable, but it isn't random, if that helps. Next question. Yeah.
That's exactly the sort of thing I wanted to hear.
Yeah, good.
It's not when the first person turns up.
No, it's not. It opens on the day, and the community who is coming will know when it's opening. Yeah. And next, Councillor Jones.
Only a question about the length of time following the parish council. It's taken nearly 2 years to get to this stage, and it's only 2 and a little bit months before the event takes place. Why is it taking so long?
I'm not sure that's a matter for the planning committee. I think they have various discussions. Is there any planning reason for taking a long time?
It's predominantly, frankly, workload. If the planning service was better resourced, this would have come forward much sooner. But when the application was submitted in December 2020, we were in a period of national emergency. We were also in a period where it was very unlikely that the Dorset Steam Fair event was in fact going to happen in 2020, and it didn't. It also didn't happen in 2021. Amongst other matters, the Parish Council did indicate that the application should be refused because the Dorset Steam Fair event would not take place, and that the application should be withdrawn. There was no need for the application to be withdrawn because this application has always, from day one, been specifically for an ongoing planning permission to allow this use to be instigated in conjunction with the operation of the Steam Fair if the Steam Fair is happening. The concerns the Parish Council expressed over the use of the word permanent were not entirely straightforward to resolve. The original description of development, which was entered by the applicant, Dorset Council as applicant, the Planning Service does not determine what applicants put on the form, specifically referred to a permanent temporary site. And consultants, including the Parish Council, the AONB team, were critical of that language. Permanent has specific meaning in relation to gypsy and traveller sites beyond simply meaning an ongoing planning permission. A permanent site, permanent gypsy and traveller site, is one in which gypsies, travellers or travelling show people can live indefinitely, whereas a transit site is one which is subject to a limit of a maximum length of stay. And that limit varies depending on the controls that are applied to that particular site. This has always been a transit site and has always been subject to a maximum period of operation in any calendar year of no more than 21 days. So therefore, the maximum length of stay by any individual on the site is 21 days, which is short by comparison to most transit sites. And that's where the reference from a temporary stopping location comes, because often if you're dealing with a temporary stopping location, you are talking about a very short-term stay, whereas on a transit site, travellers can stay for several months at a time.
Thank you. Councillor, any questions, please?
Yes, a couple actually. Actually picking up on what you've just said there, the permanency and the length of stay is going to be the same for each and every user of that site. So they can all come from, say, the 1st of August, and they will have to all leave.
Yes, yes. The site will open.
There's no overlap. Good. That's one. I note in 10.8, you've had a representation from one of a limited company understood to be an owner of the application site, saying that they are withdrawing their support. Does that have any bearing on whether we can allow this to go ahead or not? Because I would hate to be making a decision. It seems like one of these, the council is going to impose something on a group of people, which is...
Can you, yeah.
Notice of the application was served on the landowner before its original submission in 2020 and has been reserved in recent months following the amendment of the description of proposal. In making a planning application on land that you don't own or control, you are required to serve notice on the owner. So that has happened. Historically, Dorset County Council and Dorset Council have worked constructively with the owner of this site to enable the use of the site as a caravan site to go ahead. The letter of representation has not been withdrawn and so is a material consideration. But I am aware that other discussions have gone on in other fora in which the landowner has indicated that they are fully committed to making the land available for use this year.
And I'm similarly aware of that, yes.
And one more question. Can I assume that Dorset Council will be responsible for the upkeep and the making sure that the site, once it's vacated, is in a condition that it was before it before it was occupied?
One of the conditions condition 4, operation of the application site as a caravan site shall be for the purpose of providing a relevant caravan site as defined in the legislation set out in the presentation. In order to qualify as a relevant caravan site, the site will need to be managed. Use of the site will need to be managed either by a local authority within whose area it sits, or a registered social landlord or a social landlord. The expectation is that that will be Dorset Council, but technically it doesn't need to be. Another appropriate authority could take responsibility for the management. The conditions apply to the land. So were enforcement action to be necessary to enforce these conditions, to ensure compliance with these conditions, the landowner would be responsible in the final stage for non-compliance with the conditions. So site operation will be a management matter, likely to be by Dorset Council, and ongoing use of the site will be dependent on continuing cooperation with the landowner. But if there was failure to comply with these conditions, enforcement action could be taken against the landowner to ensure to bring an end to a breach of planning control.
Again, the committee might take some comfort from the fact that this temporary caravan site has operated at this site for a number of years extremely effectively. It is an absolutely central part of the arrangements and the successful arrangements for the Great Dorset Steam Fair. So there is a track record of that all.
What concerns me is that as we are given the permission, we have to take some responsibility, well, most of the responsibility in my view, that land is if it needs cleaning up,
yes,
then I think we've got a moral duty. I'm sorry, I'm straying into discussion.
You are straying into discussion, and also not necessarily on planning. Can we hold that thought? But yeah, I mean, the point is that it is all cleaned up, and it does work very effectively. And Dorset Council, all of the different parts of Dorset Council are a key part of the management of this. For those of you who don't know, this is a really, really big event.
I know.
So it takes a lot of managing, but so far it's worked. This key part of it, this travellers' site, has worked very effectively. Councillor Pothcott, do you have any questions?
Regarding condition 6, the second half of that says periods of land during the operation of Great Dorset Steam Fair event at locations within a 4-kilometre radius of the application site. It was really with regard to what our gentleman speaker said earlier about as long as the Great Dorset Steam Fair stays on the site that it's on. And I'm wondering whether the 4-kilometre radius is to capture that request.
There's two elements to how I came to 4 kilometres. One is that the request that it should only be whilst the Steam Fair operates from its current site.
Yeah.
The Steam Fair site is enormous, and I think potentially elements of it flex with the nature and scale of the operation. It's not entirely straightforward to draw a red edge or a blue edge line on a plan and say, this is the Steam Fair site. But broadly speaking, it's this area of land in here. My thought in terms of a radius was that if I drew a radius, it was important that the radius covered the entirety of the site, not just a small part of it, because nitpickers might then say that we're still too far away. I also had regards to the location in which the fair has operated since 1998. The key elements of it is it needs a large amount of open space, and it needs very good vehicular access. Within the 4-kilometre radius of the application site, we don't move beyond locations that would be likely to be similarly primarily accessed by from the A354, and we don't move beyond other more significant settlements along the A354. So were the site to move to a position west of Pinburn, then both in terms of distance and convenience for people getting back and forth between the two, it would be reduced, and the effect of those movements would be felt more widely. There's no absolute magic to 4 kilometres. When I drew a 3-kilometre radius, depending where I based it in the site, I did start to stumble across the problem of parts of the site were potentially outside of that radius.
Thank you. It was just as I said to cover the point that the gentleman raised.
I want
assurances. Sorry.
Yes. Any other questions? Councillor Fry, do you have questions?
I do have questions. Having been a police officer for many years, I'm aware of the size and the planning that goes behind, and the close working between the police and the organisers of the Great Dorset Steam Fair. Have the police been consulted on the 21 days of this? And is 21 days long enough for them? And my other questions around condition 7. It mentions 100 caravans. Does that include lorries, vans, and anything else that may be propelled?
Second point first, caravan is legally defined. So in addition to sort of white boxes on wheels, it's any vehicle designed or adapted for human habitation. So it could potentially include lorries, horse boxes, camper vans, that sort of thing. The restriction is on caravans, not on towing or accompanying vehicles.
They have a lot with them.
Yes, but we are also talking about a large site. 2.6 hectares is a substantial area. As it is set out at the moment, it's entirely unencumbered with intervening landscape features, trees, hedgerows. Going back into old money, caravan site legislation, if you have an area of 1 hectare, so 1 acre, that would be capable of accommodating 70 caravans, touring caravans, in accordance with the requirements of caravan site licensing guidelines. So 2.6 hectares will accommodate 100 caravans very, very comfortably. It is also the case that whilst that is the limit that has been set or been recommended and what's been applied for, expectation of getting to that number isn't it. We aren't anticipating 100 caravans in this area, or if it happens, likely to be for a very, very short period.
The other question was, have the police been consulted on the 21 days, and is 21 days long enough? I absolutely get why this is a permanent temporary site, and I have no issues with that at all. I wasn't sure whether 21 or 28 would have been better, but I get the reasons behind them.
The police are aware that the application has been made, and it has always referred to 21 days. Earlier, someone sort of mentioned when that 21 days starts. My understanding is that the liaison officers gear up in readiness to open the site at the point of first need. So if they are contacted by travellers hoping to use the site, they can make arrangements to make it available. Alternatively, if they're contacted by the police who are dealing with an unauthorised encampment, they are able to then move quickly to open the site in response to reported incidents of trespass.
Thank you. I'm happy.
Good, thank you. Any, no other questions? Yes, Mary, yes.
Yes, could I just, a point of clarification, please? We do have our own out-of-hours gypsy and travellers officer now, do we?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes. Yes. Who incidentally is a very key part of the management team. If there are no further questions, then I'll throw this open to debate. I would just remind members that what we're deciding here is really significant in that it is the relevant caravan site in the meaning of the Act, if I may use that slightly facetious phrase, because if we don't have this site, then there is nowhere for the police to refer visitors and no means of controlling trespass. So this is a really important piece in the jigsaw of the viability of this the steam fair. So that's what we're deciding on here. In terms of the concerns expressed by the local community about, we have tied the site to the steam fair in terms of duration, a moment in time. Notwithstanding what you have said, I would like to propose to amend a condition, if the committee was willing, that tied it more closely to the location. I understand your point about the 4 kilometres, but the concern that the local community has is not that the steam fair might shift 2 kilometres in this direction from this field into that field, and that's not the point. The concern is that we will have a planning permission here in perpetuity for 21 days that could be deemed to exist when the steam fair had upstitched and gone somewhere else completely. Now, it's a bit belt and braces, and I know that conditions have to be necessary, enforceable and reasonable. You could debate whether this is really necessary. It certainly would be enforceable, and I think to allay the concerns of the local community, it would be reasonable to tighten up the conditions that we said, a form of words that was that this was not just for the time of for the 21 days around the time of the steam fair, but only so long as the steam fair is held at this location. Yes.
Condition 6 covers that quite nicely.
Well, it doesn't cover it to the satisfaction of the local community, I'd have to say. So
I think that covers it. And
I doesn't cover it quite to my satisfaction. I merely put it out there, but yes, Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with that because it ties it down, and that's what I think we need to do.
That's true. I'm just being advised that it ties it down to the temporary speed traffic regulations on the A354, which wouldn't happen if there was no steam fair. So in that sense, it ties to the location. I just feel that it wouldn't stretch us too much to put a phrase in there that ties it specifically to the.
Section 6, condition, the use of the application as a caravan shall be limited to a maximum period of 21 days in any one calendar year, and shall be limited to periods around and during the operation of the Great Dorset Steam Fair event at locations within a 4 kilometre ride. So I think the residents haven't read into that. It covers it completely to me.
Well, there we are. Fair enough. Anybody? Yes, Councillor.
I'm just slightly concerned that we're also tying this in with the police's ability to move trespassers along. If the police deem that there is a group of people that they need to move, and it is before the planned opening of this site, so they just worried that that will kick in the 21-day starting point, and people who are here who travel specifically to start at that site or to stay at that site might be disadvantaged because it started a week before the majority of people planned to get there, and then for whatever reason, well, for that specific reason, that they are all required to move off the site a week earlier than, but that's got to be in conjunction.
That's the point of the 21 days, that it is to control the trespass. And if we don't have the site, then police can't.
No, I agree with you. But if it is deemed by the police that the trespass has occurred a week before the planned opening of the site for legitimate travellers to come there, you know, people who are specifically coming for that will conflict, that will eat into the 21 days.
No, yeah, Councillor Andrews.
Can I just talk of experience in Sherwood? We had somebody arrive 5 days before that was open. The only way we could get them off Sherwood Town Council land was for that transit cab to open when they said it was going to open, which is the reason we were allowed to move, or the police were allowed to go on there and evict those people.
Yeah.
And they crushed 2 of their vans as well because they didn't move them.
Oh.
So no, I've got no fear of that. I propose we accept.
I'm second it.
Are you proposing with the little addition to the
If the democracy of the local residents thinks would be enhanced by putting your little phrase in,
it would be. That would be very helpful. So can we have my little phrase tied down a bit? What am I trying to say here? Just a little phrase that ties it to the in condition 6 that just says while the
add the word only.
While the fair is held at its current location.
Very good suggestion by Councillor Fry. Only when. What did you say then, Les?
Limited to periods only around the period and during the operation of the Great Dorset Steam Fair. If you put
while it's held at its current location is what we need.
Only while it's being held.
Yeah, only while it's.
Right, I see.
Hugh.
Sorry, Chair. I have grappled with this.
We both have. Yeah.
My concern over current location was that really you'd want a current location as indicated on an accompanying plan, and I struggled, if I'm honest, to decide exactly where I was going to put those boundaries. The parish council's representations have, I think on this application, but certainly historically, have referred to locations on Tarrant Down.
Right.
Again, my feeling was Tarrant Down was
big.
Yes, and vague. But those that have better knowledge of the area might be able to suggest that is actually a smaller area than the 4 kilometre radius I came up with. But I'm not sure that it is.
Well, nobody's helping me with this one. I would like to put it in there, but am I not convincing the
I'm comfortable
committee?
with condition 6 as it is, ties it quite nicely.
Councillor Fry is not convinced. Councillor Andrew is convinced. Anybody else got a view on whether we could just tighten up this condition a bit? I don't want to force the issue. Sorry? Yes, yes. Well, all right, then I've clearly not convinced the committee that there's a need for this extra.
I get the concern that the community have, but I am comfortable that condition 6 covers that, and any planning enforcement officer or person dealing with it's got it covered there.
Right, we'll leave it at, sorry.
I think we should be very careful and listen to the community on this one.
You think we should be listening to the community? Yes, yes. Councillor Cook.
Maybe if we change the word of the application site as to the, instead of putting application site, we put during the operation of the Great Steam Fair at locations within a 4-kilometre radius of the event site. Then if the event moves, that use of this specific site is negated.
Does that help you?
I think it possibly makes the situation worse in the fair site is so large we possibly end up drawing an even wider area.
But if the reason that this site has been picked is because it's within easy travelling distance for those that use it. That's the broad broad premise. So if, for sake of argument, the Dorset Steam Fair moved to Weymouth, just for sake of argument, would we still expect people to use this site?
No, because the Steam Fair then would be at an event in a location that's more than 4 kilometres from the planning application site.
Oh, right, okay, yeah, so it does come, yeah.
Look, I would have preferred it to be fewer than 4 kilometres, but if 4 kilometres is what we have here, then I will not delay this any further.
The element of I think what the parish council has said but hasn't really been addressed maybe by the committee is the permanence of the planning permission. The application was specifically for an ongoing permission, whereas the historic applications were for time limited periods. As well as being only for 21 days, the application was made to simply authorise a periodic short-term use for over that would take place for across a number of years. Don't want to put words in the mouth of the parish council, but I think their concern is more than simply the specific wording that I've used in condition 6. I think they have repeatedly indicated that the permission itself should be time limited. And as I said in my presentation, I don't personally think it's necessary, but that could be done by the addition of a condition preventing the use of as a caravan site beyond a specified date.
Well, okay, I actually don't think that helps at all because it is thanks for that. I think the key concern of the local community is not, it is the permission that is permanent, not the site. So we are giving a permanent permission, so we don't have to keep coming back here every 3 years and having another permission. So it's the permission that's permanent, the site remains temporary. The concern of the community and the parish council is that the site might remain when the fair has packed up and the carnival has left town. I think I have addressed, I've asked the committee about this. You're confident that has been covered by condition 6. So I think we'll go forward with that. The local community is not concerned. that it's a permanent condition, a permanent site, that it would be a site that, as long as the steam fair, in other words, the local community want the site to be there as long as the fair is there. But if the fair up sticks and leaves town, they don't want to be left with the site. But I think we're satisfied that we've got that covered. Yeah, good. So we'll leave it at that. Councillor Pothbury, did you want to make a point?
Only going to probably muddy the waters even more. And say, during the operation of the Great Dorset Steam Fair event at its current location and within 4 kilometres of the event.
Yes, that's what I asked for, but yes, I mean, that's what I would like to have in there.
The thing is, if it's moved, it won't be the current location. If it ceases to exist, it won't be the current location.
No.
So we're just inserting
the word at its current
location and within a 4 kilometre radius of the application.
Yes. I would be very happy with. Could we, the proposer, seconder, would you be happy with that addition? Thank you. Good, we got that. Can we now?
Current location, I think, is too vague. These planning conditions do need to be precise.
Thank
so,
you.
As Hugh said, we could show the current location on a plan and then still have, but I don't think do.
There is a plan, that a plan must exist of where the steam fair currently is.
Chair, it's just a bit rigid in terms of how the steam fair operates in terms of.
It does
spread
and yes.
There are elements of the use that I think are carried out as permitted development.
Yes.
Up to 28 days of the calendar year. There are other elements that have, the use has planning permission. But I don't think the fair operates entirely from within red edge areas of specific planning application sites.
Do you have the fair event at or on any part of the land shown edged red on a plan, or, and then your tail piece, another location
within 4
kilometres of the application site? Or is that
the same, but that would be the same?
I think if we've got a plan, we can lose the 4 kilometres.
Yeah.
If we as soon as we tie it to a, if we say, so yes, if I came up with a plan which shows the core of the steam fair site, there are certain access routes that are used and trackways and surfaced areas that are fundamentally part of the core site. So if I tied it to use of that land, would that?
I would like that very much indeed, if we could do that. Thank you very much. So with that slight amendment to that condition, and that it is tied to a map of the site, and therefore we can lose the reference for 4 kilometres as being redundant. Proposer and seconder, happy with that? Can we put this to a vote? All those in favour? That wording of the condition, I thought, yes, quite used to scribbling there.
Limited to periods around and during the operation of the Great Dorset Steam Fair event on locations in the near locality of the application site, including the land shown edged red on the attached plan.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll probably not use red, but
more vague though, is it not?
No.
Because it's, if you're allowing any other locations, I think I would just have reference to it
and during the operation of the Great Dorset Steam Fair,
the location shown edged red.
in the location shown edged, yeah.
Part of which
takes place.
Any part or parts of the land shown edged red on the
Yes,
attached plan.
any part or parts, yes.
Yeah.
So long as some bit of it is on the current location, even if it's spread down the valley a bit. Yes, good. Thank you very much. I'm waiting till you finish writing so we know we've got a form of words.
No pressure at all.
No pressure at all, Hugh.
During the operation of the Great Dorset Steam Fair event, on any part or parts of the land shown
on the map,
On the attached plan.
shown edged, let's say blue, on the attached plan.
Yes.
Does it have to be prohibited that only though? Otherwise.
Should we take a smaller German?
Yes.
No, I think we're there. I really think we're there. I think we are dancing on the head of a pin now. What didn't you like about the only, Hannah?
I think it needs to have some kind of prohibited bit in it because it's saying that you can have. Read it again, please, sorry.
Yes, one more time, you microphone on, says everyone. Microphone on, please. That's all right.
Use of the application site shall be limited to a maximum period of 21 days in any one calendar year and shall be limited to periods around and during the operation of the Great Dorset Steam Fair event on any part or parts of the land shown edged blue on the attached plan.
That sounds fine to me because it's limited to the event on that site. I'm not sure what your only would add to that, Hannah. No.
The end of it says, and it shall only operate when the event takes place on.
I think the danger then is you trip over yourself by limiting it to the duration of the operation of the event.
Yeah.
Where we're specifically trying to cover periods before and after.
No, right.
Happy with that, Anna?
Yeah. Good. I think we're happy with this. You happy with that? Right.
Would we also need reference to the plan? What?
Yeah, in the condition, land edge blue on the attached plan, and I'll include a reference to be,
Yes, good. Thank you. Any more, or can we put this to a vote before you all? Right, all those in favour, raise your hands. Any against? No, good, thank you very much. That was a bit like drawing teeth, but we got there in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now adjourn for a lunch break. How long do you want? Half an hour? Shall we? I will give you until 15:15. It's 10 to
Not half an hour, Chairman, and I would like 40.
All right, then I will give you till, what, 2:30? 2:30, we will reconvene. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're live. Good, thank you very much indeed. Welcome back then to the Northern Area Planning Committee, and thank you all very much for this morning's hard work and the late lunch. I'm sure you were all feeling refreshed, courtesy of the co-op. Right, we'll move straight on to our next application, which is Hammond's Yard in Sturmiston Newton, and this is an application to remove an existing workshop building and to build 6 new dwellings. And this site is allocated in the neighbourhood plan for about 5 dwellings. So I'll ask Simon if you'd like to make your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, members. So this is an application in this very town in Sturmiston Newton, probably about 300 yards, 300 metres away from where we're sitting now. Without further ado, I'll just go through the slides. It's probably the best way of talking members through the site. Okay, so if members look, there's an aerial view on the screen now. The site, or the building on the site at the moment, is marked by that yellow star. So you can see the context of the site within the historic core of the town, very close to the marketplace, surrounded by traditional buildings. And so actually the building on the site is actually quite at odds with that prevailing character, which you can see. Moving on to the next slide, which is the location plan. So the site is edged in red. The applicant also owns the land enclosed in blue on that plan. And as you'll see from the officer's report, the Wharton House, enclosed in blue, has recently been subject of a planning permission from its conversion from the applicant's offices associated with the builder's yard to a residential use, and the access to Wharton House and indeed to that residential conversion is through the development under consideration today, under the site today. So you'll see from that location plan, we'll see in the photographs in a minute, there is a late 20th century residential development to the north on Lane Fox Terrace, and then access is from Lane Fox Terrace, which in turn is accessed from Penny Street. And you'll see from the officer's report that many of the representations refer to the context with Lane Fox Terrace and the residential amenity considerations that context provides, and also the access arrangements via Penny Street, which is typical of a traditional lane, that a tight grain of development close to the road and with no segregated footway along its length, but we'll see that in the photographs in a minute. So this is the proposed site layout. It is a full application, so members, today you are determining all the detailed matters, the appearance of the dwellings proposed, the layout, landscaping, access, etc. You'll see from that layout and from the description in the officer's report that it's for 6 dwellings. They are arranged in a terrace of 3, a pair of semi-detached, again, looking at that building dating from the 1960s, occupying the site, you can see the Crittall style metal windows on the first floor of that window, of that building. It's got 2 stories, so you can see the scale of that structure. You can see the wall just behind the cars, which is the boundary of the site on this Lane Fox terrace side. And you can see actually just in the background here, Nazareth Lodge, the residential care home. Now we're looking on Lane Fox Terrace back towards that access. So the dwellings on the right, as you look at it on this photograph, back onto the site, and in a moment's time, members, you'll actually see the rear elevations of those dwellings, and you'll appreciate then the context of those, the juxtaposition of those dwellings with the application site. Clearly, I can go back to any of these photographs as members discuss them after the item. We're just at the turning head of Lane Fox Terrace now, looking in the gap between one of the dwellings' detached garages and the dwelling itself. So that wall you can see here is the boundary wall with the site. These mini plans, by the way, just show, as they did on the previous images, the position and direction of the photograph. So that view was taken here, looking through that gap. So we're now actually on the site. So we're standing in front of the existing building, and we're looking back towards those rear elevations of those dwellings on Lane Fox Terrace. So you can see the external storage in the foreground. Then there's the boundary wall of the site, beyond which is the rear gardens of the existing dwellings on Lane Fox Terrace. And you can see from this photograph that they have first floor windows serving habitable rooms facing the site. And indeed, I can confirm they also have ground floor windows as well, facing towards the site. So you'll see in the officer's report that there is no dispute that there will be some residential amenity impact arising from the development in terms of overshadowing and overlooking. The degree of that residential amenity impact is explored in detail in the officer's report. It is the officer's opinion that it's not a determinative matter in this instance, but that's obviously a balanced judgment to be made. Just moving up that boundary, again on that northern boundary, another view of those dwellings on Lane Fox Terrace facing the site. Again, you can see the first floor windows serving bedrooms, and below those out of sight are further windows serving habitable rooms on the ground floor. And again, that's another view was showing that relationship between the site and those dwellings. Camera's now rotated around to look at that western boundary, the northwestern corner of the site. Here is the link through that the current business uses to get to the offices through this gap to Worton House. Again, you can see that there's a mixture of hard standing, hardcore and external storage and parking of vehicles on the site. So that's the current context which neighbouring residents experience at the moment. And that's clearly a consideration, that existing context. So that photograph was about here, looking towards this corner. I'll just dwell on this site layout plan for a second, because you'll see from the officer's report that this is an allocated site for about 5 dwellings, and I use the phrase about 5 dwellings, and I know Chair did in her introduction to the item, because that's what the neighbourhood plan says. The neighbourhood plan in this instance is made, which means it's adopted, so it's part of the development plan sitting alongside the North Dorset Local Plan Part 1. And you'll see from the officer's report that we consider that the 6 dwellings proposed is within the parameters of the definition of about 5. Now, it's clear that a number of third parties disagree with that assertion, albeit I'll also note that the town council agreed that the about 5 would include 2 6 dwellings proposed. So we're now looking into the south-western corner of the site. Again, you can see the external storage paraphernalia associated with a typical builder's yard. This is no different. You can see the boundary, the western boundary marked here, and the start of the southern boundary behind this temporary fencing here. What this does show is that there is a degree of enclosure and screening afforded by the existing boundary and indeed by the trees. You can actually see a silver birch just there in this photograph. Now we've spun around, we're looking towards the eastern boundary. This is the existing 2-storey building on the right-hand side of the photograph. The site gently dipping down to this eastern boundary wall, and then you can see the older traditional buildings on Penny Street below. Best photograph I could get of the southern boundary behind the existing building, because it's a very confined, narrow space, and you can see it has various self-set trees as elder, etc., that have populated that gap. But to the right of it, on this other side, is a long rear garden of one of the dwellings on Church Street. Then beyond this is, as you can see from the plan, the Nazareth House residential care home. Just to give members a bit of context, so it is rightly part of a designated conservation area, designated heritage asset, the historic core of Sturminster Newton, and where development has occurred in the past, in the late 20th century, it has been very sensitively done so to reference older buildings and assimilate into that historic context. Looking further away from the site, again, you can see that intimate grain of development along Penny Street, buildings close to the street edge, a mix of architectural styles, but nevertheless clearly a historic character and appearance. A photograph now of the inside of the building, the existing building on site, to show that not only are items stored there, but plant and machinery is maintained on site. So although there are no incidents to my knowledge as case officer of complaints arising from the use of the site, there are clearly practices there that have the potential to have amenity effects to neighbouring residents because of the use. Just reflecting again on that layout, because we'll now turn to some visuals and plans. So this is prepared by or on behalf of the applicant. This is not a council drawing or image. Top photograph is the site as existing, and then below 3D imagery has depicted plot 1 here and plots 2 to 3 here and how they would sit in that view. As you'll see from the officer's report, we consider that the character and appearance of the conservation area will be preserved, and the criteria in policy 35 of the neighbourhood plan that addresses specifically this allocation of Hammond's Yard are responded to by the proposal before you. Section, if you can recall, members, from the photographs, there is a fall of the land from the western boundary down to the northeastern corner, and these sections show in detail how the dwellings respond to that. Come on to the elevations in a moment, but you can see the traditional detailing that's been picked up in the proposal, the gabled roofs, the chimneys, the chimney stacks, the use of blind window opening here, the splayed brick lintels above the window openings. This is all detail that's been provided to us without the need for a condition or further details to be provided. We'll also pick up that photovoltaic cells are proposed on the dwellings, and the orientation of the buildings on site responds to the opportunities for the solar gain. Plot 1 in detail, the detached dwelling, as I say, quite an unusual shape, but I think it's refreshing to see a bespoke design that responds to site context rather than a off-the-shelf house type. And I think the officer's view is that's a very commendable response to the site context and how the building addresses not only Penny Street, Lane Fox Terrace, but within the site itself. You'll also see that the biodiversity net gain features, the back boxes, etc., are part of the proposal. Floor plans. Another one of the representations, because the policy 35 of the neighbourhood plan refers to the site being suitable, particularly for dwellings for older persons, and a number of third-party representations make comments that the designs are not suitable for older persons. A couple of points which are made in the officer's report. That inclusion of that statement in the policy doesn't preclude other dwellings coming forward. It just says that the site is appropriate for older persons, not that it shall be for dwellings appropriate for older persons. And the second point is, which is referred to in the officer's report, is that these dwelling designs do respond to being appropriate for older persons. You'll see this dwelling, for example, the plot 1, it has downstairs toilet facilities. It has more than one reception room, which provides the opportunity for the use of one of those rooms as a downstairs bedroom, for example, if those older persons are less ambulant and unable to get upstairs. Also provides that scope for multi-generational living, including an older generation living within that same dwelling, very common these days. The elevation of that pair of semis, you'll see there's a variety of house types which responds to the local plan's desire for a mix of house types within the same site. Again, downstairs toilet facility, and this time accommodation arranged over 3 floors. And then finally, the smaller terrace dwellings, providing scope for people to be first-time buyers or downsize if they're, an older generation looking to downsize. Again, it has accommodation which has downstairs toilet facilities, for example. Just going on, this is extracts directly from the neighbourhood plan, so you can see it's number 7, so that's housing allocation here, so it's in that neighbourhood plan, clearly in a sustainable location, very close to services and facilities, schools, employment facilities, medical facilities, this very building that we're sitting in, community facilities, so within an acceptable walking distance of all of those. And there's that policy extract from the neighbourhood plan members. So there's that reference to the appropriateness location, but doesn't restrict it to those. Frontage onto Penny Street is designed to be discreet and avoid any unsightly gap in the sequence of views along this lane. As I said, I think it's a highly commendable response to that criterion in the local plan. We saw the visuals that the applicant has provided. The privacy of neighbouring properties is considered in the site and design of the dwellings on the site. I really do believe that the orientation and the massing of those dwellings has responded to residential amenity concerns. And as I've said in the report, the presence of the existing building with its first floor has to be taken into account when you're considering those residential amenity issues. But nonetheless, there will be some residential amenity impact, as I said earlier, including a degree of overlooking, and that's something for you members to balance in your considerations. And measures required as part of an approved biodiversity plan are secured. That's all secured and in place. And you saw it in the elevations. This is the complementary paragraphs to that policy. So again, this is extracted from the neighbourhood plan. And here in 9.4.9 is that sentence which has provoked a number of those representations because of phrase about 5. And as detailed in the officer's report, a number of the representations say that should be a maximum of 5. As in the assessment of the report, considered that actually the density of development is very much commensurate to that prevailing in the locality, and that the parking standards are met, all the dwellings benefit from an appropriate amount of private space, and the residential amenity impact is not determinative, especially considering the impacts arising from the massing of the existing building and the use of the site. So, Chair, that concludes my introduction to the site and the proposal.
That's really, really helpful and very, very clear and precise as always, Simon. So thank you very much, Simon. But very sharp, as I should say. Always, thank you. We now will hear from our public speakers. First of all, Mrs. Sexton.
Thank you. I've been asked to speak today for many of the residents in the Sturminster Newton Conservation Area, several of whom are here today. This brownfield site is earmarked for residential dwellings, which we readily acknowledge and accept. We ask you to reject this planning application for it because it doesn't accord with the town's forward-looking neighbourhood plan, which was drawn up through extensive democratic consultations with the people of this town, who were assured it would be adhered to. The plan lists 4 criteria for the development of the yard, and it stipulates that all 4 must be met for an application to be approved. And we argue this application doesn't meet at least 2 of them. I will make just 2 points. First, the plan states in 2 places that housing more suitable to older people would be appropriate. It does not say some of the housing should be appropriate and the rest not. To claim that is to rewrite the plan. Older people in Stir repeatedly say that they can't find suitable places to move to, particularly within walking distance of the town centre, particularly if they want to continue to live here independently. Nearly 1/3 of the town's residents are over 65, a proportion that is only set to increase. The neighbourhood plan identified several sites for a mix of homes to meet the different requirements of all age groups, and you've recently given a go-ahead for some of them. This was one reason why you earmarked this site for just a few homes for older people out of the hundreds to be built elsewhere in the town. The officer's report acknowledges that the 3-bed semis, marked as 3 stories on the site plan, not 2.5, can't be categorised as suitable for older people, and is clutching at straws, and certainly against the plan's spirit, to argue that the 4-bed house is suitable for an older person to live downstairs only with a live-in carer. So at least half the application's dwellings don't meet the plan's criterion, and as such, we would say constitute unsustainable development given the ageing population. My second point is the criterion about the privacy of neighbouring properties. The 3-storey semis and the 2-storey terrace are all sited close to neighbouring properties and boundaries, despite the tree roots, some of which don't appear on the site plans, weren't consulted prior to application, and so the negative impacts and the loss of amenity may not be easily appreciated. The 3-storey semis are higher than the existing
Your time is nearly up. Could you conclude?
2-storey workshop, which is already at the highest point of the sloping site. The neighbourhood plan was concerned that they would overlook rear garden areas, and they do. The first floor terraces look into gardens and bedrooms and bathrooms. The onus is on the developer.
Sorry, that's your 3 minutes. If you could just finish your work, if you finish in a sentence, you can finish.
There are hundreds of houses going up in Stir, so the neighbourhood plan allocated this site for just a few of them for the growing proportion of older people. They could easily be designed as such to meet the neighbourhood plan, and they would still bring economic benefits to the town and to the developer.
Thank you. Mrs. Francis Pierce.
I ask the committee to reject this application because it is an overdevelopment in the conservation area and, as my neighbour has said, does not comply with the neighbourhood plan. I wish to focus on 3 aspects of the planning officer's assessment: trees, landscaping and residential amenity. Neighbouring residents remain concerned that all trees and hedges on their properties remain protected and undamaged during and after any building work. In this respect, the long list of conditions, particularly condition 7, are welcome. Reference is made in the officer report of perceived inaccuracies in the arboricultural report and the impact of the trees adjoining the site. I appreciate that the local planning authority is not interested in land ownership. However, as the owner of the land along the southern border of the proposed development site, where the report recommends the felling of trees on my property, I request that the tree survey is totally reviewed, not just tweaked, and the location of trees and shrubs surrounding the development site are accurately identified and included in the tree protection plan and associated conditions. On landscaping generally, there is a heavy emphasis on hard landscaping and buildings in the proposed scheme, with minimal soft landscaping. Clearly, the lack of soft landscaping is a direct result of the site being overdeveloped. As stated in the officer report, the development relies on neighbouring trees and adequate screening to make it acceptable. A landscaping condition is arguably unenforceable for the future if it is outside the application site on adjoining land that is not part of the application and is not owned or maintained by the applicant. The case officer's own report confirms that there will be an adverse residential amenity impacts arising from the proposal, as anticipated by the criteria included in Policy 35 of the Neighbourhood Plan. The report acknowledges the fine balancing between these adverse impacts and the proposed scheme, and yet repeatedly comes down in favour of the developer. The residential amenity of existing residents has been minimised in this planning application. And on behalf of the residents, most affected by the proposal, I would like to invite the committee to a site visit to see firsthand the impact. The scale
of... you to conclude now, thank you. Just wrap up if you can, please. You've had your 3. Well, you can finish your sentence, sorry, but you've had your 3 minutes.
The scale of the proposed development is excessive in visual and amenity terms. 20 local residents say that it's too big, and local views should be given strong weight in the case of marginal decisions in sensitive sites. Thank you.
Sorry to be brutal with the timekeeping, but that's I have to. Mr. Simon Rutter, Mr. Rutter is the agent for the.
Thank you, Chairman. I shall hopefully be brief. Just one point of correction on the agenda. It says that one of the reasons bringing it to the committee was the posting of the notice. Notice was posted promptly in time for the town council meeting, but obviously at the site access. There's just a point of information rather than anything else. The applicant is a well-known local building contractor who has completed a number of their own developments over the years and are of high quality. Not least of these are those in the town itself at Newton Gate and the adjacent Lane Fox Terrace, which our practice was associated with a number of years ago. The current use is non-conforming as a builder's yard within a residential area. Whilst it has been there for 72 years, it is not an ideal neighbour to residential properties. As brought out in representations, there is a traffic and parking issue associated with the use, where up to 30 company vehicles and 2 lorries regularly use the yard, as well as employee cars and visitors, and not to mention deliveries. The density of development has been already raised. When you look at the adjacent Church Lane, Church Street and Lane Fox Terrace, it is compatible with those densities. Overall, the removal of what is an unsatisfactory and unsightly building in the heart of the conservation area and its replacement with simple vernacular style houses will be an improvement to the centre of the conservation area. I would think it's an enhancement rather than just a mere preservation. Thank you.
We'll move on now, committee members, to questions of clarification. Before we do that, I've just got one, if I could ask Simon, if you can just clarify the point that was raised by the previous speaker about the land, the ownership of the trees and the ownership of the land to which the landscaping condition applies. Can we just have some clarification on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so the landscaping condition refers to the landscaping within the application site. As you can see from the officer's report, it's acknowledged that the existing trees are not within, or the stems of those trees are not within the applicant's control or ownership, albeit some of them overhang, but the landscaping condition is only about the landscaping to be planted within the site. And just for, to provide some assurance to members, the council's trees and landscaping officer did visit the site, and the application was actually amended following her first comments. She's content with the revised landscaping proposal, and the fact that the submission referred to trees within the application site is not considered to prevent the determination of the application today. I think the reference is actually at the fact that trees overhang the site rather than actually grown from within the site itself, if that's helpful.
So it does not require felling of any trees that are in.
Because essentially those trees are outside of the applicant's control, so
not felling them.
So the applicant could actually go onto the third party's land and fell a tree in the neighbour's garden.
That's helpful. Good. Committee members, Councillor Andrews, any questions?
No, not at the moment.
Councillor Heatley.
Thank you, Chair. Seems to me that in this site where it is, if you try to put 5 houses or something like 5 houses on the site, some overlooking is inevitable. It's difficult to see how to avoid it. In your view, could you put about 5 houses on that site and have less overlooking than this produces?
Thank you, Councillor. So, I mean, I think a number of the representations were suggesting that you could put 5 bungalows on the site. Obviously, if you look at the current site plan, and if you think of 5 bungalows, because they're restricted to a single floor, they would be very small bungalows. And I would suggest, in my professional experience, that would probably make the site unviable to develop, given it's a brownfield site. Obviously, as 5 bungalows, that would reduce the amount of overlooking to that which is proposed now. There's no doubt there, because you don't have the upper floor windows affording views over the boundary walls that exist. You don't have that elevation on the single-storey bungalows. Doesn't mean to say, though, as clearly expressed in my opinion as the officer's report, that 2-storey dwellings aren't acceptable on the site, that there is a degree of overlooking that could be reduced by bungalows, to answer your question.
Doubts about viability in that case.
Thank you. Councillor Cook.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. I take it from the fact that Highways has had no submitted no objection, that there is no issue with emergency vehicles and or rubbish vehicles, refuse collection vehicles getting in here, because I know you made reference to the tightness of some of the adjoining lanes.
Yes, we probably recall from other recent meetings of the committee, we've had that issue. That issue has not been raised here. The relevant departments are content with this layout and access arrangements. When I say relevant departments, when we consult, for example, our waste and recycling team, for example. And as you say correctly, the Highways officer hasn't raised any objection about layout.
Any other questions? No, Councillor Apothecary.
Could I just have clarification on the height of these houses? There was talk of 2-storey or 2 and a bit storey, and then 3-storey. Could you just clarify that for me, please?
Thank you, Councillor. I use the term 2.5 stories, and I heard from one of the representations today. I think the issue with that, which I can understand to a certain extent, I refer to these dwellings as 2.5 stories because the third floor is accommodated within the roof space, albeit there are 3 levels to the building. So to respond to your query, I know I put some heights, but forgive me, Councillor, I'm just trying to pull them up on the screen. I did put distances and heights in the report. So 18.31, for example, in the officer's report, put the height of the proposed terrace. So that's this one, is 4.7 metres from ground to the roof's eaves and 8 metres to the ridge. I've got, and now
Yes, Robert.
I think what I'm concerned about is the fact that everything seems so high. I'm well aware it's a conservation area, and as we all know, it's not just within the conservation area, it's views in and views out as well. And that
is this a question or a view?
I'll turn it into a question. So, could we still secure 6 houses? It's not the amount of houses, it's the impact of the height of the houses. It occurs to me they look a bit like overdevelopment. So could we possibly reduce the number of houses and still make it work for everyone?
Thank you, Councillor. I was going to just say for members' benefit, Councillor, just 18.39 of the officer's report, that refers to the semi-detached dwellings, and you'll notice that the height there is 9.3 metres to the ridge. That's 9.3 metres to the ridge. Interestingly, so I probably provide some context to members. Just get the so a few moments ago I gave that height of the ridge for the 2-storey dwelling, and that was 8 metres. So to have those rooms accommodated in the roof space, you've gained about 1.3 metres. So if, for example, hypothetically, that pair of semi-detached was 2 stories, no rooms in that roof space, there's potential there to drop that ridge height by a metre or so, 1.3 metres. But obviously the eaves height would still be the same because it's above, it's the ceiling height of the first floor. So I hear members, Councillor, you're expressing concerns about the overdevelopment. If you had 2-storey dwellings, pair of stems, remember the plot 1 and plots 4, 5 and 6, so 4 of the dwellings are 2-storey in height. If you reduce plots 2 and 3 to 2 stories, you'd be taking off about 1.3 metres off the ridge, potentially, and still having the same eaves height. The massing, in my opinion, as the officer, would not materially change.
That's very helpfully described. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Before I come back to Councillor Potter, can I just ask, so the dotted line we can see there, that's the existing building, is it?
That is correct, Councillor. Yeah.
Right, so that's important to note. That's the building that's there already. If we're to think about overdevelopment and massing. Councillor Potter, did you have another question or?
Excuse me. The 5 houses that are listed, do we have a picture showing the relationship of the listed buildings to this site and how tall they might be.
So do you mean the buildings on Church Street?
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably best to go back to the location plan. So these are the buildings on Church Street.
Yes.
And this is the application site. I think, from memory, I did put the distances in the report.
Obviously, you wouldn't have a view of Church Street because it's not relevant.
But obviously, it's a solid, massive dwellings on Church Street. You don't get a view afforded from Church Street through to the site, because you've got that continuous development in the way. And then, obviously, as I showed on the photograph, there it's a bit more open. You can see, obviously, the listed Worton House. You can see the boundary is higher here with more tree cover.
It was the height of the existing houses, really, and how is the context?
Yeah.
I'm looking at, really.
So they're 2-storey on Church Street. So these are 2 stories in height. And I have.
Would the builder's yard be on rising ground from?
So yeah, the ground actually falls to the northeast. So the highest part of the site is at the Church Street end, which is where the terrace is proposed. If you just refer to 18.30 of the officer's report, you'll see the distances there. So this terrace, at its closest point, will be 6.5 metres to the boundary. And then obviously you've got the distance of the rear gardens of the dwellings on Church Street, which are approximately 20 metres in length, giving that overall separation distance of about 26 metres to the rear elevation.
It wasn't so much the distance, it was the landscape. You know, will the people living in the listed homes, will they be looking up from the end of their garden up?
I understand, Councillor. No, it's at the same height level. The land, yeah, the Church Street and this site, yeah.
On the subject of context, there was a photograph that you showed us of the surrounding streets that did have an unusual building in it. What was that one?
If I scroll through and just say stop, Councillor, when I get to the
Stop, that one there. So what's that, where is that building there in relationship to the site?
It's actually off this plan. It's about here. So the photograph is looking away from the site on Penny Street. So it's on the right-hand side as you look eastwards along Penny Street. So if you imagine this map continued.
Right. Okay, but it's not adjacent to the site, but it is in the context of the site.
It is definitely in the context of the site.
Thank you. That's because I noticed it was going right. Councillor Pemble, then your question, please. Sorry, we're waiting.
Thank you. It was on the previous slide that you've just gone back. My concern, I know that there doesn't seem to be a problem, but it was the slide before that one. Was the vehicular access, which has already been mentioned there. I mean, if there was something, sorry, no, the one before. If there was an ambulance, if there was, there seems to be that one.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm
There always seems to be cars parked along there, and I was thinking if there was something coming one way and another, for example, an ambulance or something coming the other, there would be an awful lot of shunting, wouldn't there?
So as just thank you, Councillor, I've referred to the report. I did actually witness a small fixed axle HGV
Yes.
going down this street, and people were walking in the roadway because of the lack of pavement, and they were waiting behind the parked cars. It did through, and it did swing into this access, and there is the double yellow lines on this side. There are narrower sections.
Yes, that's what
Penny Street. There's no doubt about that. Points to respond to that matter. First of all, you've got the existing use of the site, and you've got to think about
the lorry, yeah.
the existing use of the site. And then secondly, your highways officer has raised no objections in terms of the impact of the development of the site. And also, it is in the made neighbourhood plan an allocated site for residential development.
It just looked a bit narrow.
Yes. A question, yeah, carry on.
I've got just a couple. I take it that there's no render on these buildings. It's all great.
Get the thank you, Councillor. It's they are brick.
That's good. Okay. Fine. Lighting in the site, that's going to be low level lighting.
You'll see from the conditions proposed with regard to external lighting. I think it needs to be, obviously you don't have the same considerations here as, for example, the area of outstanding natural beauty, dark skies. But I have visited the site environment in the evening, and although, albeit there is street lighting, you can actually see a lighting column in the photograph there. Although there is street lighting in the area, you do get the sense that there are dark spaces as well, and from the biodiversity angles, external lighting needs to be controlled, hence the condition to control that.
And is the land, is there any reports to say that the land's contaminated, being the builder's yard for all those years?
We have no record of that being the case. Out of interest, due to the possibility of archaeology being on site, there were actually trenches dug on site during the determination of or during the processing of the application. So no contamination was found during that either.
Any other questions? We'll move on to comments then, if anybody has any comment that they would like to make. Yes, Councillor Cook.
I think the applicant has got to be commended for putting solar panels on this development. It's the first one that we've seen that they've, I believe that it is voluntary. So I'm feeling that I can't find anything untoward about this development. I'm almost getting towards a proposal to accept. But,
Councillor Heatley, you're.
It's my day for looking at plans, and I'm struck by looking at the neighbourhood plan, what it's saying, the principle of housing neighbourhood plan. And although we haven't talked about biodiversity, I rather suspect there wasn't a lot of diversity in the first place in this case, so it's probably not a major issue. However, there is the remark about housing more suitable to older people would be appropriate in this location. Now, okay, that is not a requirement, obviously, but it's a nudge in that direction. I think we should take some notice of it. I take Simon's points about, yes, well, you know, you can use the ground floor this way and so on and so forth, but it's not quite the same thing as lower level accommodation, which had rather less at a higher level. Moreover, that also goes to the other issue that's in the neighbourhood plan, which is about privacy and how they overlook the neighbouring houses and so on and so forth. So I'm not sure about this, I have to say.
We've come across this once before, and there's a bitter lesson to us all in when we write neighbourhood plans to say exactly what you mean, because it's not the first time when we've second guess what a neighbourhood plan meant and been told by the planners, well, if that's what they meant, that's what they should have said. And when I read all of this, I thought if the neighbourhood plan meant it should be reserved for older people, they should have said so, because saying it would be suitable for, actually, that doesn't give us a very good hook to hang it on. And if they meant bungalows, they should have said so, because housing suitable for older people does not mean bungalows. Bungalows is a type of housing. And we haven't been, for all that I think it's a superb neighbourhood plan, on this occasion, it's not giving us much to hang an objection on. I think we'd be hard put to say that we have grounds for rejecting this because it is not housing suitable for older people on the basis of what the wording in the neighbourhood plan. If they'd said it was a requirement, then we would have somewhere to go with that. That's my personal view. It's not precise enough. Councillor Andrews, yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have to say exactly the same as certain residents in my town area have flats. Yeah. They all have stairways. So doesn't matter how many stories you got. So, what is a suitable accommodation for an older person? Lots of older people I know live in 50-story houses. So,
yeah, it's
you have to signify exactly what you mean. So it's very difficult. And the area is proposed to have residential on it. The use of residential space, the space provided. It's a very good site. Well,
I mean, personally, I'm not convinced at all by the suggestion that this housing is particularly suitable. It's not unsuitable for older people, but I think we're stretching a point to say that it's suitable. But the fact is that the neighbourhood plan was not specific enough for us to refuse it on the grounds that it's not for older people, because it didn't say that it must be. That's the issue we have, and I quite agree. Housing for older people cannot be deemed to mean bungalows, because if they meant bungalows, they should have said bungalows. So I think our hands are. I have sympathy with the need for housing for older people, but I'm not sure that we've got grounds here. I don't know what anyone else is. I mean, you're broadly happy with it.
Well, I am, but because it conforms to the MPPF and we've got no material planning objection that we can put forward on this. Not I can see anyway. No, so I think our hands are a little bit tied.
Yeah, you're proposing it. You're not terribly comfy with it, are you?
Well, I'm weakening.
You're weakening, yes. Yes. Did you want to say something? Then I'll come back to you. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes. I think that obviously this is near residential properties. It's close to the town, and I think the redevelopment will enhance the site. But one question that I've got to ask, and I don't know whether it's appropriate for this, but this is a loss of an employment site at the moment because it's a builder's yard. So do we know that's where that's going to be relocated, or if it is?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very valid point, Councillor. So they are the business is relocating in the area, and obviously the redevelopment of the site for residential use is in the neighbourhood plan as well. Anyway, it's in the neighbourhood plan. So that is a point that's being considered in the officer's report. It's a very valid consideration.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Cook.
Yeah, I'm happy to support the second proposal that Andrew's just made.
That's very helpful. We've had a proposal and a seconder. Does anybody else want to say anything more about this, or shall we move to a vote? Yes, a proposal and seconder to grant in support of everything as in the officer's report. Right, good. Well, I'm not seeing anything, so I think we will put this to the vote. All those in favour of granting this application as per the officer's report, please raise your hands. Against? Anybody against? No, that's carried then. Good. Thank you very much indeed. Good. Well, our next agenda item then is urgent business. You'll be pleased to know that we have none. Exempt business, you'll be pleased to know that we have none. So I will now close the meeting at 3:35. Thank you very much. Before you all rush, are we offline?